All right, welcome back to Black Lodge Trivia Night. This is Art looking again at Lord of the Rings Online. We're going to do a couple of extended sessions of this. We're not going to get too far. But again, it was just to bring up the idea that this game may be one of the best Middle-earth realizations in most kinds of media outside of the books. Just to show that even though the gameplay might be the kind of old-school MMO stuff that we've gotten a little bit away from, there might still be reason to play this. Namely, it's the story. This game, I think, really nails it in the story, and I think it's worth checking out for that reason alone, if you're looking to do some role-playing in Middle-earth. Okay, so a couple things start popping up. You know, we got mail, we've got quest alerts. I get a reward just for logging in today. VIP bonus XP. That is something I guess I've always seen there. It was a holdout, I think, from the original game, but maybe they changed it. But you see down here on my bar, when you're out of the game, the longer you're out of the game, the more they, let's see what happens if I do that. Okay. The more they fill up this blue bar. Now that blue bar is like the bonus XP, so you gain faster if you've been away from the game for a little bit. Anyway. Let's see what the quest item is. You're not sure where this coin came from, but it seems to be the relic from Khazad-dûm, called Moria by the elves. There are many who would be interested in such a relic and would likely provide you with great reward. Bring this coin to any of the following people to receive your reward. Brackenbrook, Dwaylen and Thorns Hall, Mayor Will, Whitfoot, and Michael Delving. Breetown, so I can get to Barlam and Butterbur. The things I can get are potions, I guess, that, it's whatever. It's a lot of, I'm going to accept it. Let me log. Let me just turn it off, though. It is a lot of, like dailies and stuff like that, so it's just like, blah. But all I want to do is focus on the main quest, which, as we learned yesterday, involves brigands outside of Archet burning down the town. They were sort of in league with a couple of Nazgul looking for Frodo Baggins, but because they're not the most competent in the world, they grabbed the wrong hobbit. We rescued the hobbits that they grabbed by mistake, but in doing that, a ranger named Amdir, who was helping out while Strider was sort of doing other things in the area, because in the books he would have been in this general area because he would be here in Gandalf's stead to meet with the hobbits at the Prancing Pony Inn. So a lot of that was getting fouled up behind the scenes before, sort of alongside the events of the books. So Amdir gets stabbed by a Nazgul sword. He gets very ill. He's been sort of commanded by the Nazgul to come with them. So we're trying to figure out how to rescue him, I believe. But in the meantime, we're also trying to take care of the Blackwolds in the area. And right now we have a quest to go try and take out their leader. We've killed... Oh, and so there's a lot of, inside help going on here. Like, in Archet, one person betrayed the town. Here, there's a woman working with... she helped them breed dogs with wargs and then felt badly about it, so we just... because, again, we're an extinction level event here in this game. We helped poison all of those creatures and then dealt with the, warg breeder himself. So... We've been doing our part to try and dismantle this Blackwalled outfit as part of the game's prologue. And I was trying to think, I'll be curious, at some point I think pretty soon we're going to be getting close to where Book 1 starts, I hope. And if that's the case... Stump Field. If that's the case, I'll be curious. I'll be curious if I can remember how all the other storylines arrive at that same moment. Staddle Falls. I think we want to be on the bottom of Staddle Falls, so there's 2 ways down. I don't know if I could survive falling the whole way, so let's see if we can... Okay. So as you can see there, I've got falling injuries. You get crippled for... This wasn't too bad. It was only 8 seconds. I've had it last longer, but I think this is where we want to go.
The hunt for Amdir leads to the hideout of the brigand Skunkwood, but to what end is unknown.
So if you remember, we sort of have like the password to get in, so let's see how it works.
What do you need?
It's an older code, sir, but I was going to let them through. And if you remember, because I barely do, I think Skunkwood is the leader. So we're going to go into their hideout. And as you can probably imagine, there's a decent chance we're going to murder every single one of these people on our way out. But for now, door. Okay, so you're starting to see some banners and stuff that don't look entirely cool. Door. Got some ruffians, some marksmen, some ranged. Yeah, before I go too far, I just want to see what was through that door. That's a black-walled nave. Okay. So that looks, this is probably going to get ugly pretty fast. But this looks like it's gone beyond just being a bunch of miscreant ruffians on the outskirts of a town. This clearly shows the signs of Angmar's intervention.
What is this world coming to?
Ah, so you're the one I've heard so much about from Ellie. We lost a lot of good men in Archet, and I'll be glad to have you in the fold. You say you've heard about that ranger? I have to tell you, what is happening to that fellow is plain unnatural. Egan tells me he's been a great boon to us, but for now he's just a raving madman. I don't mind letting you go take a peek in on him. He's down in the dungeon at the far end of the cavern. My guard there will let you pass. So again, you know, in classic MMO fashion, a lot of back and forth. I don't know if it's this way or if it's the other way. I assume it's going to be the door that we did not have permission to use. Alright, said we have permission, but I'd be careful though, that Amdir is a dangerous one. Let me out, you fools. So we just had a flash, which usually means that dread is going to start building. Let me out, you fools. What was Skunkwood thinking bringing him in here? Now, there's 2 people in there. There's Amdir, who does not look like he's doing well. You, who are you? Who? The voice, make it stop. So, clearly, that Morgul...
It will not stop.
The Morgul blade is truly having an effect. The voice speaks to me, commands me, tells me things. Tells me about the end of all things, the beginning of new things. It calls me. It calls me to service. I must do what it says, must follow. I must serve the Dark Lord. No. And you're welcome for that creative interpretation. And he is out. Come here, quickly, says Sarah Oakheart.
Your coming is a boon, young one.
Oh, thank you for coming to save me, young one. I have been held captive here for a long time. I've seen many things. And if you'd be so kind as to help me out of this dungeon, I would be able to tell you a bit of what happened to your friend Amdir. Well, that was a laugh. So now, this is something that a lot of people like to bag on. She moves at 1 mile per year. Oops, I forgot I've got gambits I need to fire off. And again, you can see, even though they're a level above me, they are not a challenge. I think what I might do, commendations. You've acquired your first commendation. They can be spent to advance your monster play and unlock new skills, traits, or characteristics. Again, just a million things to... Okay, so now when I die, my items are going to start getting wear and tear. That was not the case. I haven't died yet, but that's good to know. And I think I want to switch my... I'm getting a lot more stuff down here. I'll have to take a look at that in a moment. I think I want to put this opening warning shot on 1, so it's easier to just fire off from a distance. Oh. I guess Amdir's been here. Let's help Sarah Oakheart out of the cave. I need you to move faster. You need some urgency. Okay. It took something very important from me, friend. Oh my god, we gotta go to the other side of the room. Empires have risen and fallen this time. Who's okay. Pop a javelin in you. I wonder if they made this game easier. I know they, as free to play, blah, blah, blah. I know they upped the... the leveling speed, like the rate which you get experience, but I wonder... I wonder if they also made... I mean, especially now that they have the... See, now I can, in theory, just... hit 1, start the fight at a range, and then go in. I wonder if they also, made it so, like, you just don't die as much. I feel like I remember dying more. Deft strike. Oh, right, that's... just tell me where the goddamn stick is. I can get it for you. You could just wait right here. I could be there and back. No? Okay. Only you can carry the stick. Got it. Like I said on the way in, you know, there's a good chance we're going to have to murder every single one of these people. So what do we got here while we're waiting for her to walk across the room? In the fray stance. Okay, so you get stances, right? Attack from afar, recovery. Got it. So this, okay, that resets the gambit. So if you start getting, because again, you'll start getting down like gambits like 3 long, and if all of a sudden you're like crap, 5 long, whatever, suddenly you'll realize I need to heal right now. And so that's what that's there for. What's this? Hampering javelin. I think I'm in the... I've got something set up wrong here on my bar. Let me figure that out. Okay, so we've got the quick thrust, shield bash. This adds that. Okay, that's going to slow run speed, so that's what's throwing me off. Okay, there we go. Let's put recovery there. I guess the stance is, you know, whatever. It doesn't really matter. What I want is the combat stance, so make sure that's active. Hampering javelin. Put those there. I don't know if that's a, you know, I'm not really, like I said, I'm not an MMO player. I don't have my panels optimized. Oh, it's on. All right. Alright, let me do a little bit of this. Are we not attacking? See if that does a little bit of... There we go, AoE. Don't need to do that anymore, but that's okay, it's too late. I don't think there's anybody left, so hopefully now we are on our way out, maybe? I mean, I guess I'm seeing a red dot right there, but... hopefully we're good to just exit. Seriously, I could pick you up and carry you. I could build you a horse and buggy in the time it's taken us to navigate this hallway. Just kidding, you're a deer. So, Amdir's on the lam. You know, he's truly becoming a vessel of evil. Sarah Oakheart, also imprisoned for some reason we are not aware of yet, in the same cell, is offered to give us some insight into what's going on with Amdir. Okay, so you see that is... okay, I didn't get the interruption off in time, but that's what that glowy circle was. It was the time to use the boot. Oh, now you run? Okay. Are you fucking with me? Sarah Oakheart? Oh. All of you stay back. It's too late for him. I'm sorry, my friend, but I must end this. End this? Kill me? Is this the compassion of the Dunedain? The voice told the truth. I shall end you, Torridon. Oh, okay. And every other ranger as well. Oh, this is not going well.
It is too late for me.
Torridon coughs up blood. Amdir is beyond saving now. You must warn my kindred. Mundal is in the mustering cave of the Rangers. Help him. Go to Underhill. Ask him if Tangle Rush delivered my message. End scene. Okay, so Amdir is turning out to be a real problem here.
Oh dear, how terrible.
Goodness me, what a terrible sight for these old eyes. The blade that stung Amdir has done its work, and I fear he's nothing more than a servant of the enemy now. You should try and stop him if you can. And don't worry about me, now that I'm free of that awful cell, I'll be fine. And I've got my stick back. Don't know what I would have done without it.
Oh dear, how terrible.
I respect that. She was fucking with us. You have entered the black. Okay, so talk to Constable Underhill. This did not go well. You know, there are more casualties to Frodo's escape from the Shire than the coward J.R.R. reported. What are you hiding? What else are you hiding, J.R.R.? If that really is your first name. No. We're going to do this? Okay. Okay. So yeah, so it looks like in this attack melee stance, everything, I just attack a little bit faster. If I were to... So just so you know, yeah, there are javelin gambits. You know, it's not just that you have the gambits for melee. Let me see if I can bring those up. Maybe I didn't have them before, but... So yeah, we have precise throw, ranged boot, which is an interruption from a distance. Ranged deft strike, ranged offensive strike, ranged persevere. And then, again, you still have the same ones for defensive stance, goad, impressive flourish. I haven't done that much. What does that do? It does fire damage and increases your threat over time, increases your parry rating. Okay. So threat over time, obviously, is as you sort of build that meter up, more and more enemies will lock onto you instead. Reckless gambits. Offensive strike. Oh, I haven't done that much. Swift double attack, precise blow. The boot. Okay. Yeah, I often don't use, I gotta say, I often don't use the ranged option on this. I don't know why, but what happens if you switch? Quick toss, you can see now behind the... So these sort of switch to the ranged. Where'd I put my horse? There we go. Again, honestly, on some level, who cares? It's just the things that we need to do in order to see where this story of Amdir is going. Made it back to the lumber camp. You know, I'm going to put it on auto run here. Yesterday I was talking about how, like, I had some modules, you know, for Middle-earth role-playing, and I lost a bunch in the flood. You know, I showed you Bree. I do have Thieves of Tharbad. This one was always a favorite, so I made a point to go out and get this. The one I was trying to think of that I couldn't remember was this one, which is Mount Gundabad. which is supposed to be like this mega dungeon that was created for Middle-earth role-playing. And never run it. Looked kind of cool. Guy in the cover's badass, so kind of checks a lot of boxes. But yeah, I used to have Mirkwood, Isengard. I'm talking Underhill, right? I think there was like Northern Mirkwood, Southern Mirkwood, Isengard, and a couple others that I can't recall at the moment. So maybe in time I'll get them one by one. Okay, we're going to take the medium armor.
Might I have a word with you?
And then usually it's lit up, so I'm just going to do that real quick. Okay, prologue, chasing Amdir. Poor Tordan, if his words are true, his kinsmen are in great danger. The Mundal he spoke of before he passed must be warned. Now, I don't know exactly where this mustering cave is, but if Tordan warned Constable Tanglerush, then Tanglerush must know its location. Tanglerush is a constable in saddle down the road south of Combe. You will likely find her loitering about town center. Quickly, you must find her. So there we go. The prologue continues. I guess I thought it was getting near the end, but... So now we need to rush to Staddle and hopefully figure out where the Rangers are in time to warn them of Amdir's approach. So we're still orange and yellow. As long as those quests are orange and yellow, we're within, like, I think the level range that I'm comfortable to go tackle them. If they start showing up red, then we might need to take on some side quests and, you know, bump up a level that way. As you can see, I mean, we're almost already to level 11, so it's not like the leveling at this stage is hard to come by. I don't know if you can hear it on the mic. You can definitely hear my stupid fire alarm, but smoke detector. But we're getting rain here today while I'm recording this, and the office I'm in is like a single story, so I can hear every raindrop landing, and it's very soothing ambient soundtrack to play this, what I find rather soothing game. Here you can see sort of the crafting stuff. We're looking for... She was in the town center, was that what it said? There we go. Constable Tanglerush. And then if you want, you get the quest Dangerous Boars. But let's take this...
What can I do for you?
Oh there, what cause of you to be running around like that? Tordan is dead? That can't be. I saw him not too long ago. That's always an interesting thing, you know. It's like, oh my god, somebody's dead. I saw him just, you know, last week. It's an interesting... If you parse it out, it doesn't matter and doesn't make any sense. But it's always, you know, interesting that we all think about the last time we, you know, have that immediate recollection of that person. Yeah, I mean, deliver a message to his kinsman at the cave across Midgewater Marshes. Oof. When I went to deliver the message, I found the cave empty. I'm on duty now, or I'd make the journey across the marshes myself. Maybe you'd go instead? Follow the road out of Staddle to the east, down to the slope leading into the marshes. Cross straight through, but be careful. The Midgewater Marshes have become a dangerous place. Do your best to steer clear of the Marshwater Fort at the heart of the marshes, though. The cave is set at the foot of the tall hill near the entrance to the Midgewater Pass. So I'm going to take that quest. I'm just going to see what this Dangerous Boars is.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Kill 10 rampage. Okay. What do I get for it, though? So I can get a spear that's not as good as the one I have. This is why, like, half the time I just don't even bother. The mace now. I mean, you could sell it. We'll see where they are, and if it's, like, on the way, great. And if not, who cares? Alright, so we're going to head out to Midgewater Marsh. Yeah, it's sort of on the way. Though we got to kill 10 of them. So I wonder if we follow the road and then cut up. Going through the marsh is going to be... I mean, it's all fine. But what it's going to be is there's a lot of, like... There could be a lot of irritating random encounters. Not random, but there's just creatures literally everywhere. Okay, so that's one of the boars right there. So maybe, yeah, maybe this won't be too hard. Let's kill some of these guys. I'm just a little worried. Worried is the wrong word, but the fact that it's orange makes me feel like we could quickly outpace. Okay. Get a shot in. Let's try this and this. This is going to be a precise blow. Let's try this and this. War cry, we knew that one. What's this and this? Oops, offensive strike. Okay. Yeah, as long as these always give you... Nope. As long as these always give you the item you need, then who cares? That's one thing I didn't like about... What was that again? Offensive strike. Okay. It's one thing I don't like about MMOs is where, you know, it's like, oh, yeah, no, you have to kill 10, but we only gave the items 5 times, so you go kill another 5 at a minimum. So this is one of those things where, you know, if you have someone to co-op this with, this can go way faster. I wonder if I have any damage over time. I don't think I do. Throwing some healing on just to top off. Okay, what was that? 7. I guess like a skilled player, at range you could go into your stance, maybe build up a gambit in time, and start some healing as they're coming in or something. I don't know. I could see that being a thing. I'm not good enough to do it, and it's not necessary to do it. This bear's getting pissed. Is he on me, or... No. Okay, maybe not. And maybe you need to do that kind of high-level play for raids. I don't know a ton about the raids in this game. There's fellowship quests, which, you know, you sometimes need to do to... which you needed to do in the past to complete books. Especially in Angmar, there was one in particular... I don't remember what book it was, but it was chapter 6 or 7. It was sort of notorious for being like this choke point narratively, where, because it was absolutely required that you get together with a fellowship to complete it. And it was a great quest. It was just, you had to find 4 or 5 other people. And so there would be people, you know, sort of like people in Dark Souls that hang out around Ornstein and Smough. You know, they, there to help, you know, so there'd just be people setting up, you know, parked, you know, at the start of this quest, ready to jump into fellowships to help people out. It was really, like I said, the community here is always, in my experience, has always been great. I don't want to do that. I want to go to... Okay, so let's follow the road. And now they've built a system that lets you just solo everything. I've only been on one real raid quest. And I've never been on any raid quest in any other MMO, so I couldn't tell you how it stacked up. But I will say I had a blast, and it was like taking down this giant dragon, and there were like 20-something of us, and I forget what my class was, but I don't think I was a warden. And the only other class I was before that was a champion. So champions have two main roles that I remember, at least when I did that raid. The champion is a big damage outputter, like I said, AoE. So they pump out a lot of damage to groups, so you can clear mobs really quickly. The other thing they do is they have a really fast interrupt. You know, like I have the boot here, but it takes a little while to build up. Their interrupt is very quick. And so you've got to be on two things. One, mowing down mobs so it doesn't get overwhelming. And two, keeping an eye on... Oops, I'm not picking up my loot. It just told me stuff timed out that I could have picked up. And then keeping an eye for when enemies are, like especially large enemies like the main raid boss monster, are setting up to do some kind of attack that you can jam up. So you got to do those two things. Okay, so we're almost on the other edge of Midgewater, and then we can hook up. We're sort of trying to avoid, I think this is the... Yeah, I see red. That's what I'm a little nervous about with... like we could take a single red. Two might be crazy. Midgewater Scouts. Those are going to be... Those won't be insects. Those are going to be goblins, maybe? Because I think the reason why they're telling us to avoid... Yeah, the reason why they're telling us to avoid the ruins is because it's become a goblin encampment. So we're not just dealing with diseased boars anymore, and ruffians. There you go. We're starting to see that evil is encroaching, etc., etc. Okay. Okay, so this thing is going to be level 22. We're 10. That might... Technically, we might be in the Lone Lands, and that's why... Okay. I bet this totem is going to bring on some dread. The interesting thing is... the safest passage might be to go through the goblin camp. Probably the actual safest thing would have been to have traveled as the crow flies. Okay. So yeah, it looks like here is like a little encampment right on the edge of the marsh, and you know, you're gonna get a bunch of quests like, you know, kill 12 bugs, kill 10 flies, collect this, collect that. You know, again, if we needed... I don't know why this area doesn't blow me away. The area I really love is the Lone Lands next door. So you can see 4 levels above. It's still not really an issue. So, okay. There used to be, let me see, the Lone Lands. Yeah, you can see there's some really tough areas up there. The Troll Shaws, you can see Weathertop, like all the greatest hits, right? And it's what just makes this game so much fun for me. Where are the Troll Shaws? Yeah. So the Troll Shaws Obviously, get to Rivendell. There used to be a lot of issues here a long time ago. I don't remember if it was when they had like a 32-bit engine. There was something going on where something about the troll shaws would crash the game. And I know it's been fixed because I've spent a lot of time running around there, but for a while it used to be a place I always just sort of skipped over because I never knew if I was going to get that crash bug. Alright, we're here at the Mustering Cave. Oh. Delay not. It's too late for me. Amdir. Amdir arrived ahead of you. He must be stopped. The Nine must not take him. Please, there's but one last of my kin in the Midgewater marshes. Reniolind is his name, a young scholar of my kind. He was not here when Amdir came and may yet be alive. Go to him quickly. He had gone to study the ruins of the old Marshwater fort at the center of the marshes. You must tell him. Warn him to beware of Amdir. Scream. Okay. Okay, so Amdir beat us here and he killed the rangers. Oh, maybe that's the fort, with the, and that's just another camp. But that's one of the things I always liked about, and I don't know how other MMOs handle it, but it's one of the things I always liked about role-playing in Middle-earth. And it's, you know, sort of part of the stories and et cetera, but the idea that knowledge of the world, knowledge of nature, is power. You know, it's important not to lose this knowledge because it's a source of power that you can use in your fight. In, you know, in our case, in our fight for good, but you know, it's the antagonists in Lord of the Rings do the same thing, right? They use history, ancient this, ancient that. Okay, so this is not what I was looking to do. So you can go hunting for the deeds, for the altars throughout. I'm going to take this spider because it's easier than that red one. You go looking for the altars, the ruined altars of in the marsh, and then if you do, you get you get some reward, you get some XP, and so that's one of the quests that I like the idea of that, you know, the exploration deeds, because again, yeah, so I don't know if other games... Oh, here we go, we're doing a little swim. So I don't know if other MMOs incorporate, like... Maybe they incorporate knowledge into the mechanics, but, How do I get in? But they don't... Narratively, it always felt the most connected to Middle-earth. And that could honestly just be my bias, right? That's just my familiarity with the setting, etc., etc. Up there. Oof. Okay, so I've got to be careful with this one. I'm going to do this. Hopefully this goes alright. Buff up some defense. Get some healing going. Then drop some damage. Do healing again, just to... let's do a little more defense. Go for some damage. Am I overthinking it? Probably. It looks like I'm fine. The other reason, you know, if you want to do like orange quests is because, yeah, you're going to run into red enemies, and red enemies, you know, you're going to level up. You don't do a ton of leveling up from fighting. But when you're dealing with orange and red enemies, it's a little bit better. As long as you sort of can pull one at a time and stuff, it's not too bad. I'm a little nervous about that queen, if it's going to be... So yeah, you can see their Marsh Queen's signature. So what that means is that they are extra tough. They're not just a red enemy. They're like a lieutenant of sorts. So, let's see. Let's set up a... Let's start with an ambush, then we'll go with a hampering javelin. Just keep this going. Not doing much. You see they have like 500 HP instead of the 2-something that we've been dealing with. So we're going to have to really watch. Healing going to do more damage to us. So we're keeping our buffs going. Healing and... the defense buff. Get the healing going again. Get defense back up. And once you're like equal or over halfway, you know, once you have more than they do, like if it was 350 to 350, I'd feel pretty comfortable that now I should be doing a boot there, and I didn't. But if I start to get behind where I can never quite get them down to 50% while I'm at 50% or whatever, it gets tricky. Can we go in here? Guess we're gonna...
Amdir, quickly falling into the shadows of the Wraith World, has slain 2 of his brethren already, and seeks the blood of a third.
Okay, so it looks like he also was...
What do you need?
Tardan and Mundell have both perished? This is almost beyond belief. I was sent here to keep watch after the Nazgul drove us from the Shire. But now it appears my watch has been for naught. We must go at once to the chieftain of my kindred. The Bree men call him Strider. There is a quicker path than the one you took back to the safety of Bree. Follow me, and I will lead you through to the caves beneath the marshes. That's not good, okay. Okay. Level 11, there we go. Not bad. A little nervous that all these torches are failing. Hearing combat behind me, so I have to keep him alive. Okay. Okay, a little war cry does damage on both. Now I'm taking some hits, so let me start focusing on healing. Get some defense going. Mostly healed up at this point, but I'll put another heal on just to keep that going. Finish off with some healing, just so I have it going into the next part of the fight. All right. That doesn't sound good. Here we go. Amdir. Amdir, my friend, I know it is not really you that does these things. I am not what you once believed. Yes, yes you are. I can see the good in you. Let me help you. Never! Okay. Here we go. Whoa! Here we go. Get some defense and healing up. This is a signature spider. There we go.
How can I be of service?
Amdir is running free. Go at once. Find Strider and Bree. He is my chieftain and should be made aware of all that has happened. Talk to Barrowman Butterbur at the Prancing Pony. He will know where Aragorn is. Take the door from this room and you will find yourself on the western edge of Midwater Marshes. Go west from there, then south and west along the road to Bree. So Amdir is wiping out his Ranger Brotherhood.
Saruman's treachery has delayed me too long. I can only hope that Frodo and Sam have left the Shire. Without my aid, their road will be a perilous one. Frodo must rely upon the Rangers and your prowess to see him to the end.
Unfortunately, the Rangers are gone. All right. Where are we? Okay, so yeah, we got through the other side. And what we want to do now is... let's just pop a mithril coin. Did it do it? Yeah, okay. We'll just hand this in, and this will get us close to...
What can I do for you?
Again, you take the one, since none of them are any good, I'm going to take the one that's worth the most to sell for 20. Yeah, okay, it's the armor. Okay, cool. Now we're going to go to Bree. Where are we? We're there, so we want to go west and north, okay? Okay. I guess we were pretty close to the gates of Bree. Oh no, this is... is this Stout? No, this is Bree. Just punching the shit out of his cart, I guess. Yeah, I've been there, buddy, after a long night on the bar. So I don't know what the in-game population is of players, but this is one of the places you're going to see a lot of people. It's one of the main hubs for a lot of stuff. So you'll see people of all levels here in Bree. All right, so let's head into the Prancing Pony Inn. Did I screw this up again? Let's see if the Warden Trainer's got anything for me now that I'm above level 10.
What do you need?
Nope. Still nothing. Okay. How do I get in? Wait, where am I? Training hall. I'm not even close. All right. There we go. All right. Okay, so we've got a couple different quests. The available forward unwanted guest. I feel like that might be an official story as well. What is this? I guess I can hand this in, even though I don't care. I don't know what. Frost, acid, lightning, fire. I'll take this one. Why not? But the main thing is, let's. What's this quest? Okay, so I feel like this is getting into the books, so we're gonna do that. And now we're gonna take. Let me see. This is a little bit better at least, so let's choose the shoulder. Okay, and I think that is the end of the prologue. As you can see now, all we have is the Epic Volume 1, Book 1, Stirrings in the Darkness. An unwanted guest. He's in the room of the Prancing Pony. Let's see if we can equip the slightly better shoulder pads. At some point I'm going to need to go through all this and get rid of it. Let me at least repair. Journeyman, I don't care at the moment. Be careful. That you can sort of lock items and then you can just hit sell all, but I'm always really bad about... I have, you know, if you've seen my Darklands playthrough, at one point I sell my plate armor, so... you know... Not always the brightest star in the sky here, so I'm just gonna more carefully. I can't wear these, but is this what I picked up to sell from the other quest? Yeah, let's see. Oh, so okay, I need to equip these boots. What's a dim candle? Don't care. It's crafting stuff like hides again. You can just sell. I guess I should. There's nothing wrong with the crafting, right? It's just that the stuff I could craft now, you know, it's just going to get outstripped so fast as I level that, you know, why not just... But then at the same time, you got to build your crafting skill. I don't know. It's another wheel to spin, but which doesn't necessarily matter to me. So let me see... Character, where does this go? There we go. So we didn't have that. And there was something else we needed to equip, and I can't... Was it shoes? I feel like I should be able to sell that. That's what it was, yeah. Okay, so we're getting better. Yeah, who cares? That's what I should be doing. I should just be destroying stuff. Okay. But again, because we have cosmetics on, it doesn't really change. So let's now go find There is a barber here, so like before I was like, oh, I don't care what my haircut looks like. If you do care what your haircut looks like, or if you're like me where you accidentally hit accept before you know, you can, you know, do whatever you want. Make your eyes green. You can change your... what can you do? Head. I guess there's more options than I realize. Facial hair, no. Hairstyle, what is it? 61 hairstyles. I never really mess with any of this stuff. I guess it's your classic Boromir kind of look. At least from the movie. Your Sean Bean, if you will. Your Glenn Howerton in the Blackberry movie. Keeping it tight. A little stubble. Now you look like you're ready to fuck shit up. Honestly, who cares? Just go, whoops. Go back to where it was, because I don't really care. Okay. So there is that if you want to mess around with it. Let's go find Strider. And warn him that literally all of the other rangers that were here to back him up are gone. The Bree folk may think these brigands are a great evil, but there are great evils that would turn their hearts cold.
Your tidings are grim.
While the Blackwalds have been broken, Amdir's escape bodes ill. He must be stopped before it's too late.
There is little time to waste.
And now we start the books. Unraveling the thread. The Dour Hand's lord fled to Breeland after his defeat, and not by a mere chance. I see the hand of the captain of the Nine in all of these affairs, in the West, in the Shire, and in Breeland. We must unravel the thread of his plans, and I believe I know how. To the east of Bree, there's a Blackwalled camp, which my men have been watching closely. A shadow has recently spread across the camp. I believe it is here that Amdir is gone, and this dwarf lord as well. There we must go, and there we must end Amdir's life, if he still can be called living. We will wait for the nightfall and then make our move against the Blackwalds. Speak with me again when you are ready to depart. So, again, yeah, now we're starting the epic book quests, and this is what I think is... I mean, well, you've been seeing it so far. Like, there's the introduction, you know, the burning of Archit, which, you know, gets Amdir hurt. It's like this ongoing thread that I feel like is really interesting. It's really well done, and it's, you know, it's a way to proceed through the game that isn't just, you know, collecting pelts and killing boars. So let's talk to him and see if we can pull it off.
Strider and the Rangers pursue their fallen brother Amdir to the Blackwall's camp. But not all is as it seems.
All right. So let's see. I'm just going to check something really quickly. That's all good. Okay. Amdir's terror must end now.
There is evil afoot.
Can you feel the chill in the air? It is no natural cold, but the chill of fear of evil. Allow myself to introduce myself. I doubt not that Amdir is here, but there is a greater evil as well. We should split our strength. Not a good call. Don't split the party. For the good of Middle-earth, none can be allowed to escape. Lenglin and I will look for another way inside, while you and Torthan search for Amdir. We must be quick now, before the evil bursts forth from here and threatens all of Breeland. It's time for us to act. Okay, so I'm with Torthan. Take Black Lodge with you and head to the main gate. Lenglin and I shall look for another entrance and press the attack. Okay. Black Lodge, you and Torthan go through the front door. Okay. There we go.
Are you ready?
Come with me, it's time to deal with Amdir and those brigands. If Amdir escapes, it could spell doom for Middle-earth. Someone's coming. Oh. What were those things? That dwarf has gone mad. Brigands, get them. Now something's freaking this guy out. That's usually what you get when you get dread. No, not yet, man. You can't just... Okay. I guess we're going in. Going in hot. I gotta do a little more damage than that. Okay. Alright. Let me see. I need to... No, it's the other one. I need to collect my loot before it gets... Okay, so now she's on me because I've used my goading kind of attacks. So Torthan... Not that he was in bad shape, but he should now be a little bit protected. Let me get a little closer. Let me shift one this one. That's an ambush. Then let me alt one for a... That should have been the other guy that I did that to, but... You can see, you know, he was running a little slow there for a second. I'm guessing these enforcers are doing sort of captain-y things, so... Okay, now he's on me, so Torthan should be okay. Where are we, by the way? Okay. So there's... Bree. Okay, okay. Alright, whoops, he's gone. I wonder what that mask means. Does that mean like they're distracted? Usually when the red arrow goes over their head, it means they're building up, you're building up aggro on them. That arrow you see, yeah. So that's telling me like I'm getting their attention. Get a little healing going before this guy goes down, hopefully. I don't know if I did it. Yeah, there we go. So if you need to rest... No, I don't need to rest, man. Do you need to rest? I'm good. I don't know if you know, but I've been kicking ass.
Silently now. Darkness approaches.
Okay, defend Torthan as he searches for the evil brigands in the camp. Do a couple of war cries, do a little AoE, get their attention. And then I'm going to switch to a heal. Just to top off my health before this person goes to switch to this person. Do one more heal just in case. So yeah, eventually, I don't know when it happens, I'm going to be able to do three gambits. And then you can start to stack the 3 heal with the 2 heal. Do you think you're so... Okay. This isn't good. Why are you so worried, Blackwalled? Blackwalled informant. There's somebody that... They're there now. There's no need for concern. This person is starting to look like... Scorgrim. What do you want with me? I don't know anything. He's got a little bit of a... Dwarf Ringwraith action going. Boom. Full dread. Barrow-rights coming out. When we're in full dread, you cannot act. So when, like, true evil is in front of you, you get hit with that dread. And now there's ways to mitigate it. And that's a lot of what, like, endgame content is about, is, like, getting your... Is this a signature? This might be a signature. I need to take this more seriously. You get... I think it's called, like, light armor. Or it's armor with light infusion or something like that. And that, you know, helps against the dread. And I think you need it if you're going to go running around Mordor. I think I'm the one getting devastated here. Come, friend, this is not the end of our business here. I fear that foul dwarf. Okay. The greatest evils may be behind this gate. Rest now, for we shall need our strength. I think I'm good.
Stay a moment.
What was that dwarf, and what power has he to command wights? That the black wolves were in terror of the creature is certain, but I still sense something greater still in these ruins. And where is Amdir? Okay, here we go. The nice thing about a lot of these book quests are these sort of instanced, bespoke areas and story. I mean, you could probably run here without all this going on, but the fact they incorporate it, it's sort of, oh. Amdir is now a servant of the Great Eye. Now, Amdir, take on the robes of the Kargul. I'm not pronouncing it. The Forsworn. My lords, fools are too late. Amdir's change is nearly complete. Come, brethren, we must leave. Now is not the time for such a fight. We leave Amdir and these fools in the care of Egan. Oh, now you're here, Strider, huh? Showed up finally? So we finally meet Egan in the name of Angmar. Okay. Oh, you're too late. I am Kargul. I serve the great... Okay. Crap. Level 15. It's on. Get some healing going. Get some defense going. Should boot that, but I don't have the time. Because I was in the middle of another gambit, which is why you want that one that lets you interrupt your gambit. Let's see where that would have come into... I could have popped that. Switched immediately to boot, but I didn't do it. I'm sorry, Amdir. Be at peace.
It's a sorry day.
It is a day both dreary and joyous. It grieves me that we were forced to slay Amdir, but a relief that he should now know peace. I will lead you back to Strider. I will return to my camp. And that's the end of the instance. All right.
It's a sorry day.
The very air seems polluted by this night's business. That's what I say after the brothel. We should tarry here no longer.
The Nazgul have crossed the Eisen and are heading for the Shire. The hobbits must be quick-footed enough to escape the wrath of the Nine. And we can only hope that Frodo slips through the traps of the enemy.
Alas for Amdir.
Grieves my heart that the enemy was able to turn Amdir thus. He was my friend and kinsman. My people will remember him as the man he once was, good and noble. It troubles me that the Nazgul have crossed the river and moved into Bree land at just this time. There are events in motion which could determine the fate of Middle-earth. If you are able and willing, I may have another task for you. Nope, adventure over. Let's see what we got. So here you go. You got non-combat morale. So that's a pretty high... So you heal pretty quickly out of combat. And it's really nice to have that out-of-combat run speed. The other cloak now is going to give us more hit points in total. And more armor. I tend to always get morale boosted up as high as possible. I don't know if that's a smart thing to do, but just having a ton of hit points always seems like it could help. At the same time, this is a bigger bump. That's, you know, bumping up 8. This is bumping up 14. So I might go with the gloves just to bump my armor. I'm curious to know who the dwarf was you encountered at the Blackwald's camp. Dwarves are by nature honorable and cannot be dominated by the will of any. Why this one would serve the enemy, I cannot say. Worse yet is the appearance of the Nazgul. I must go watch the East Road, for I'm expecting some travelers, and now fear they may be in danger. Would you travel to Combe and speak to the constable? You may know him already, blah, blah, blah. So we need to investigate the old hideout, most likely.
What road did you take, Frodo? The ring-wraiths ride openly in the Shire, but there are places which are even more terrible and dangerous. If you choose the path I fear, search for the light in the darkness.
All right. Is there something I should be doing this stuff? I guess so, because I've got 6 points. I'm not doing anything with them. Let's do a little extra melee. Bleeds as damage over time. Well, what are these? Javelin skill, light damage would, you know, help against those kind of Nazgul kind of things. Shield gambits, improved rating buffs. Okay, it's all, again, like in the hands of a skilled player. I bet this is really interesting stuff. If I'm doing a lot of Warcry, this will do. But again, you're looking at like plus 4%. You know, it's like, ugh, okay. 10%, I guess, is kind of. This could do a lot more healing. That could actually be useful. Let's buff up healing, because that way, you know, it's going to keep us alive. There we go. And I guess at some point you can just respec. Guess we don't really have a title going. Should we get a title going? We've got Legendary Traveler. You've done much in your adventures of Middle-earth. We've got certain ones for an event. I've been here 12 years at least. I've been here longer, but Baker's Dozen, 13 years in Middle-earth. 15 years. Ugh. Have I been here 15 years? I thought it came out in 2007, but maybe I was in a beta then. Maybe that's... Ugh. I've been to Moria, yeah. Swashbuckler. Enforcer of the Helm. Yes, I have done some stuff at Helm's Deep at some point with my other character. Could be a Watcher of the Roads. That always sounded, I guess, undefeated so far. I reached 10th without dying. I always liked Watcher of the Roads. It sounds cool somewhere for some reason. So now what happens is when, it doesn't matter, but when you target yourself, you know, you see that name there. So, great. Let's talk to the constable. It's just a bit of flavor. It doesn't actually affect gameplay.
Hello there.
So, Strider thinks we should investigate Skunkwood's old hideout? All right.
Can I take a moment of your time?
Will you travel with me to Skunkwood's old hideout? Yes, we will. So, is this going to be... Yes.
Amdir's defeat shattered the back of the Black Walls, but pieces of the mystery remain unsolved.
Okay. Let's see what he has to say. Okay, no putting off what must be done. Come along. Make sure you have your blade at the ready. So, again, it's another escort quest. Not the most fun thing in the world, but again, I think the flavor, the context, and being in this setting goes a long way. I'm trying to get that second one on me. There we go. So we're almost at level 11. Level 12, I mean, sorry. So you can see, like, because we're sort of going with orange, stuff well above our pay grade, the leveling goes pretty quick. I guess it makes sense, like, Amdir wiped out all... Well, no, I actually wiped out everybody. And then the bugs come, right? Like, nature's reclaiming this cave on some level. There's level 12, nice. Now you can see I've got a three-step gambit. And I think you can go up to 4 or 5. So the patterns are gonna get a little bit more complicated. So if you do 3, 3, 3, goes still a defensive strike. If you do a 3, 2, 3, still heal. But you can still do it, it doesn't mean you can't do like a 2-step gambit. You still have those choices. It's just, I thought there were... Let's see what a 2, 3, 4 is. Power attack. That might interrupt as well. I know it's supposed to do a decent amount of damage, so let's keep that one in mind. Let's do power attack. 4, 2, 4. See if that does more. Nope, still precise blow. What about the war cry? Did we figure out if that... Okay. At some point, I need to figure out what these new gambits are. Or maybe I just need more levels. Like, I have the option to do a few. But I'll open up... Because like I was saying, then you stack them, right? So then you can have, like, 3... Like a 2, a 3, and a 4 level heal. Or a 5. You get all these different levels. What's going on over there? Do a couple of war cries. Try and get some damage going on all of them. Get all their attention. And then once their attention's on me, I gotta worry about healing, I guess. And defense. I'm just sort of on autopilot. Eventually, you can, if you get aware of what you're doing enough, you can like set a bleed on somebody, realize that guy's going to be gone, and then just switch targets and let the damage over time take one out. And so you can get like these nuances going. Makes the combat, I guess, a little more tactical. Something's going on here. Blackwalled leader. We got some dwarves. Again, because the dwarves are messing with the... That's what we ran into at the... That sort of ring-wraith dwarf kind of looking guy. Is this guy, is he part of the fight? Can we... let me try. Yeah, okay. Okay, so maybe that precise, that power attack is putting some bleed damage on him. So maybe I can do that now.
Can't you leave me to my misery?
Couldn't have come earlier? Oh well, that's just the way it is. First it was Egan, saying that if we pledged to Angmar, we'd be made rich. Well, that all fell apart, and a few of us decided we didn't want anything to do with Angmar anymore. We started talking to some new fellows. Men came up from the south, an ugly bunch they were. But at least they didn't seem likely to go raising fell spirits or some such. Seems though Angmar didn't like the prospect of us leaving that. Then that dwarf came along, and you see how that ended. So they made a bargain with the devil, and when they didn't like it, they wanted out. And Angmar said, that's not going to work for us.
Just a moment.
Okay, the dwarf escaped. So it sounds like, so Underhill's realizing that the Black Wolves weren't the real threat, it was the dwarves that were sort of there. So it sounds like Egan comes and says, hey, let's make a deal with Angmar, and gets everybody on board. The dwarves maybe come and are the enforcers of that deal. The Black Wolves realize we're getting the bad end of the stick on this one and try and bail, and it ends poorly. Okay. But it sounds like the Black Wolves are truly broken now.
The rangers which once guarded the borders of the Shire have been scattered or slain. Frodo has left the Shire. Great perils await him in Bree. I am too late. Someone must find him before the Nazgul.
Okay. The one thing you do have to be careful, you don't have to be careful, do whatever you want. It's possible to sort of get multiple books overlapping at once if you're not. Sometimes, like the person, you'll have enough to start chapter 2 or whatever. Sorry, book 2. When you haven't quite finished book 1 yet, so you just have to sort of make sure if you want to see everything to the end, that you sort of, keep track of that. Let's see, the hammer, 7 to 9 DPS. The jackets, 46 armor, I'm already there. Let's go with some trousers. That's a big bump to my armor.
Might I speak with you a moment?
Really quickly, while it's going to be flashing, let me do that. Okay. Oops.
Might I have a word with you?
Should take the news. Let's see. Talking about the dwarf went on somewhere more interesting. We should tell Strider about that. If he sent you out here, he likely wants to know what we found. He's at the Prancing Pony. Those rangers surely like their beer, and the pony has the best. Strider never struck me as a big drinker. Nope. Okay, just going to send me there. So you see, we're sort of like moving through the books pretty quickly, but at the same time, so far we've mostly kept in level range. So you really don't need most of the time to engage with the, the crud of what sometimes can constitute MMO gameplay. There we go. The enemy is on the move. All should be prepared for dark day. The other thing I like about this is we're losing, right? And we should be. That's the whole point, right? Like, obviously good storytelling, you don't just, and we won the first battle and won for the rest of the story, but much like Lord of the Rings, we're on the downslope, and we're going to be on the downslope for quite a while. And so I enjoy being part of that, like, oh shit, downslope narratively.
Move quickly.
Let's see. Much has happened since you left, but I have little time to relate it. Normally I would never read, but the book quests in this particular game, go ahead and read it. Like, you're skipping all the other quests, so why not? Because again, as I keep saying, I feel like a pretty decent story here for a Middle-earth RPG. While you were away, those same Nazgul you saw with Amdir attacked the pony. Oh, okay. They were in search of the travelers I had been awaiting, 4 hobbits of the Shire. I cannot tell you why, but they had such an interest in my companions. But I can tell you that I will have need of your help again.
I need your aid.
With both you and I, while both you and I have seen 5 Nazgul, their true number is 9. Before I can take my charges beyond Bree, I must know where the other 4 are hiding. Travel west, speak to Langland. I sent him to Buckland to watch over a particular hobbit. But it seems that Mr. Underhill and his friends decided to take a different path and are now here under my protection. Still, Langland may know the whereabouts of the remaining Nazgul. He camps on a rise just north of the Buckland Gate and may have seen something that will aid me. You must hurry. I cannot afford to delay here overly long. So are we sort of interweaving into the story a little bit? Yes. I think there's a logic to it, a narrative logic, if you want that. So yeah, he had one of his rangers keeping an eye out, helping him out. If you remember in the story, of course, the hobbits call an audible. Get here on their own, and while they manage to evade some of the Nazgul, as Strider says, maybe his watch has seen some indication of where they might be. So we are going to now head out into the wild a little bit. We're going to be heading to the southern Bree fields. And again, this is sort of the thing, like, on face value, what we're about to do is not going to be all that interesting. But if you can sort of, like you do with a role-playing game, man, it's amazing how fast my voice goes. If you can do it, like, you sort of picture it for more than it really is, right? Your imagine fills in all the cracks and the details. So you could say we're just going to go to point A on the map, come back. But if you narratively, like, we're going to an overlook, a camp on an overlook that's been keeping tabs on Nazgul that have suddenly appeared in the Shire because of a reason that we can't be let in on yet because it's too big and too dangerous. But, you know, so you sort of... I don't do that when I'm playing WoW. I don't know if I would do that when I'm playing Final Fantasy because I have no connection to those games. But yeah, it just... You know, I am... you know, in a sense, you know, in my own head, role-playing my character a bit on this quest with these missions, and it's making it more than what's literally occurring in the game, and I find it really compelling. And also, as I said, you know, really relaxing. You know, this isn't a game where, you know, like a Souls boss that you're going to die to 10 times and, you know, want to throw your controller and so on and so forth. This is just, you know, you're going to bang out the books. You're going to get to enjoy the story. What I would be curious to know, though, is just how much is free to play. You know, I was trying to figure that out on some videos yesterday before I jumped back in here, and I wasn't 100% sure. You got the ruins up there. So I didn't want to speak to it too much because, again, I've never been able to experience that because I'm really fortunate to have jumped on that subscription. So I'd be curious how the books work into the free-to-play model. I know, like, you have to get quest packs for areas. Are the books a part of that? I imagine they would be. I feel like... see, I don't know. I mean, if you're not going to pay for the... I don't know what you get for the VIP subscription. Like, if you're paying, like, $15 a month or whatever. But I'm wondering, like, if you just bought the quest packs, like... I'm a big fan of, and I understand that I'm very, very fortunate to be able to do this. Like the people behind this game have put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into making it. And so if I have some money, I had the money at the time, I wanted to reward them, right? And you know, if I didn't have the money, I would appreciate the fact there's a free-to-play option that I could still try and enjoy their creative efforts. But this is going to be bad. Oh, not as bad as I thought. So because at the moment I'm in a position where I can, I think I tend to still buy all the expansion packs even though I don't play this regularly. So I have everything that I could go up to Mordor. Or beyond. but I just don't play enough to get there.
What can I do for you?
But I want to reward them. I want to, I want more. I want to see this game continue to go because there's nothing else like it, and I don't think there's anything else like it on the horizon. I thought that for a while there was something coming from Amazon, but I don't know what the status is of that. For some reason in my head, I'm like, that might have been canceled, but that might not be true. Let's see, Aragorn had sent aid. Nazgul, 4 more, were in Buckland. They rode swiftly to the east upon black steeds. I was foolish enough to stand in their way, and they ran me down. I will heal in time, but the riders have left a threat in the wake that must be dealt with. I ask for your help.
Might I take a moment of your time?
In the Black Riders' wake, Crebain, their evil crows have taken roost. I'm going to say Crebain. They are not the common strain from Dunland, but a breed I have not seen before. Likely these foul creatures keep watch on the Buckland and the Shire, so they're like an extra set of eyes, looking for the hobbits. While the Crebain may see nothing of interest, the fact that the enemy has eyes here is dangerous. If we were to blind these eyes, the enemy would not be as sure in directing its efforts. Okay, so we're going to go kill, again, it's one of those things like go kill 4. Sure. Is it terribly interesting out of context? No. But, as always, this game goes out of its way to provide the context. Okay, that's going to put a bleed attack on them. So it's going to do 35 combat damage every 4... Okay. Because that's what I was saying. Like, you sort of start to figure out, like, do I need to keep fighting this guy, or is he dead man walking, and I can shift my focus to another enemy on me. So let's figure that out. If it's not dead before we... Every 4 seconds for 32 seconds. Okay, that's a lot of damage. So it's going to do 32 seconds. It's going to do 8 impulses at 30 something. So it's going to do 240 points of damage over time. It sounds like. So in theory, you could sort of set up one of these and walk away. Oh, this is going badly. So walk away. I'm going to start getting some defense and healing going. Get some war cry going up. Set up a bleed, walk away. And that's sort of like, that's how you manage mobs. You heal yourself, and you sort of understand the kind of damage output you're doing, so you know how you can focus your resources.
Greetings.
You've slain those birds. However, I still have need of your aid. I must ask that you do something in Buckland, as it was their horn call that alerted me to the presence of the Nazgul.
Stay a moment.
You say that Underhill is with Aragorn. I know of no Underhills. I was sent to watch over a hobbit named Baggins. Huh. That seems like a little security leak, but okay. That he's safe is welcome news. I saw the Nazgul leaving behind Buckland at a gallop. I tried to stop them. They ran me down. The 4 riders passed eastward toward Bree, but we may discover what they learned, if anything, at Baggins' home in Crick Hollow. It's a cottage surrounded by a high hedge. Oh. Okay. That's going to be another player. That's going to be one of the Bjorn guys. So we have to go to Baggins' home in Crick Hollow and then return to him with the news. So, of course, another nice thing about, again, the Shadows of Angmar is the first 50 levels, and it's the first, I don't know how many books. I found to be like this really, it's clearly the thing they put the most time in, It's how, like, in a Larian Studios game, the first 2 chapters are always, or maybe the first chapter is always the most polished, and the most expansive because they've, they've had 3 years of testing to go for it, crowdsourcing the playtesting. And so, I mean, you can keep going. After level 50, you go into Moria, then you go into Rohan, those kinds of areas. There's some interesting stuff there, but I never found it quite as compelling as this first 50. So I feel like... let's stop for a second, because I don't know where we need to go. There's stock. We're trying to get to Crick Hollow. Why is it not showing? Oh, did I pass it already? I passed it already. Oh, right, it's the town. Okay. Like, I feel like if you weren't looking to get sucked into a true MMO lifestyle game, there's no shame in just playing this for the first 50 levels, experiencing the Shadows of Angmar story, and stopping. And then if you wanted to keep going and see more, there's Moria and there's whatever. It's never quite as good as, in my mind, as the original, but,
Oh, mercy.
All right. What? Who? I don't have it. Oh, wait, you aren't one of those black riders. No, of course not. Did they learn anything from me? Well, those riders came busting into the house, but I'd already slipped out the back way. Not a thing did they get from me. When the sheriffs came, they made me tell them about Frodo and the others. Okay, so, uh-oh. But I didn't say anything about the enemies. Oh, man, there's a lot of leaks going on here. Oh, dear, I mean, what is that? It sounds like crows. Where are they? Somebody do something. There we go. All right. Okay, set one up with a bleed, set the other one up with a bleed, check on how the first one's doing. I guess I didn't do it. There we go. I didn't get all of them, though. No, of course not. I wonder if he's going to be... Okay, yeah, I was going to say, if he's going to send me into the old forest now. I hope they don't come back. What are we, level 12? Talk to Lenglin. Okay. Deed bestowed. What do we got? Okay, don't care about that. Got some LOTRO points. 5 LOTRO points again. Just doing like deeds and stuff like that will get points that can help you buy stuff if you really want, or at least, take the edge off some of the cost. Title of Watcher. Sure. Brigand Slayer. Gives me the same. New Skirmish. These are sort of like instances that are like bespoke battles that I just don't care. Bingo Boffin. Let's see. What do they want us for? Gonna ignore that for now. There's like a lot of like seasonal quests and stuff like that you can get from mail. The loot box stuff, like this kind of stuff is just like ugh. I shouldn't. No, I don't want to hold it against them. They got to do what they got to do. So here you can like accelerate virtue. All these like wheels that you got to grind that I don't quite know. Okay, so we could talk to Because again, as you can see, like, you just ignore, I mean, for the first 50 levels, just ignore it. And because the game now goes beyond level 50, you can over level and just mop the floor with whatever you're dealing with. And so again, this is not a game that you're doing for the challenge. I don't think any MMO is, for the most part. This is a game, this is an experience. And so again, here, as you're able to pull back, like, you know, like I said, I think the graphics hold up once you're out and about in Middle Earth. It's not, again, it's not the prettiest, but I do feel like that's going to be bad. I feel like it does the job, and I still, I gotta say, I still like it. Alright, let's see what happens. Put a bleed on the first one, popped a bleed on the second, and in theory I could just walk away.
Greetings.
The enemy's ring. It's no wonder Aragorn was so secretive. If the Crebain heard Fredegar's words, the enemy will know for certain that the ring is no longer in the Shire, and all will be lost. Finding those birds in the old forest will not be a simple task. I would ask that you return to Aragorn in Bree and seek his counsel on how to find those foul birds. Yeah, back when this game first came out, like the grass textures and stuff, even though they're popping in, were not here. I think it was just, and even so, it still, I thought, looked pretty good. You can see the old forest. The one thing I will say about the classes in this game, the Warden is my favorite. My second favorite that I've played is the Burglar. I really enjoyed both of them. They're a little more complicated. No, the Hunters, if you just want to explode everything from a distance, but you do have to pay attention because you're a little fragile. The classes say, again, the only other MMO I've spent time with is WoW. The classes in WoW feel very thematically appropriate for a generic fantasy. You know, like the Druid, the Rogue, you know, they all do the thing. The Rogue backstabs and dual wields. The Druid has an animal companion. It sort of checks boxes that are kind of what you expect from, like, you know, a typical, like, D&D game, right? In a sense, it's what you expect. Here, I feel like the classes really capture the theme of the setting better than what I've experienced in other MMOs. Now, I don't know with the Brawler and the Mariner and, like, the new stuff. At some point, you know, like, you know, how many Bjorns are there going to be running around, shape-shifting around the world? I mean, at some point, it's just like, hey, you know, you want to play as this type of thing, go for it. But the original classes in particular, I think, the Hunter, the Captain, the Champion, I don't know. But then, especially with the addition of the Warden. The Lore Master is a type of magic class, and I always see Lord of the Rings as a very low magic setting. So, it's the Lore Master, the Rune Keeper. Sorry, the Rune Keeper. So I don't know the lore that they were basing the general idea on. I felt like the Lore Master made sense as like a wizard, like a Gandalf-y kind of person. So having, and then the Minstrel, I liked the idea of that as a healer, you know, like, because again, you're not healing damage, you're restoring morale. And so you're, you know, bucking up everyone's spirits, you know, with the power of song. Yeah, I just feel like the classes in this really connect to the setting and the theme of this game better than a lot of MMOs that I've played. And in my mind, the Warden, for me, most of all, because it's You know, the whatever the fighter is, you know, the full plate, stand there and the warden feels like it's a scrappier, because again, like I was saying, like, you know, we're losing, right? The warden feels like, hey, you know, we're gathering the resources we can, and, you know, we're sort of making do with what we've got, and, you know, I'm not a heavy armor guy. I don't just stand there and tank a dragon. I have to be careful, you know. What we're facing is dangerous, and I need to be scrappier in my approach. And somehow the warden feels that way to me. Plus, again, I like the mechanics, the moment to moment. So I need to find Strider. Because even though I don't need to think about everything I'm thinking about, it's a goddamn bear in the end. I can think about it. And it gives me, you know, just a little bit more to chew on than just, mindless.
You bring dire news.
Okay, so the hobbits are saying, you guys, you gotta get moving, bro. You can't just... I know there's other Nazgul out of here, but I need you to get going. Okay, yet the old forest is a twisting labyrinth that can lead even the most experienced tracker astray. Finding these Corbane will not be easy. So he's going to send me into the old forest. So that's worth 78... whatever, copper. Can't use it, though. Oh, because I'm not level 6. I'm going to take this one because at some point I will be level 16. By then I'll probably have something better, whatever. Okay, so we are heading into... what are we doing? So, the thing is, I feel like we may have completed book... Question is, how do I find the next... Why is Strider not giving me the next... So we definitely have to go... Let me see really quickly. LOTRO, book... I guess it'd be book 1, chapter 8. How do we fire that off? Master of the Wood. Strider told you to seek someone named Tom Bombadil. Okay, so maybe I just missed that in the description. Okay, so we're looking for Tom Bombadil. So Tom Bombadil... Some people love the character, some people hate it. Some people are thrilled when he was excised from the movies. I'm trying to remember reading the book. Man, So here's the first thing. I am not like a massive Lord of the Rings fan. I enjoy the... I enjoyed reading the books. They were fine. I really enjoyed the movies, especially the extended editions, because I feel like they sort of focused the narrative and made it... And I know they made changes that people aren't going to be happy with, but I felt like they did do a decent job sort of, you know, channeling the narrative into a story that really moves. It's really exciting. You know, going into it, probably everybody thought, if you were like me, that there was just... It would be impossible to translate those books to the screen, and yet somehow they did a good job. Anyway, it's a long story short. I don't love Tom Bombadil. When I was reading it in the books, and to that effect, I'm not like a hardcore Tolkien could do no wrong fan. Okay, so we're trying to get to Tom Bombadil's house in the Old Forest. Let's not go to the Barrow-downs. Let's go to the Old Forest. Now, I thought there was an entrance to the Old Forest along this road. I don't know if that's the smart way to get in or if it's better to... I think you can get to the Barrow-downs up there. And that's, you know, to reduce it to numbers, I think you want to be in like the 20s to deal with that. Tom Bombadil, when I would read it in the book, he has like long poems and songs, I think, right? So I don't know, like Tolkien world building, chef's kiss, right? Great. The poetry and the song lyrics he would write in his books, I was kind of like, okay. Not that I'm like a lyricist or anything, but it's just like, this isn't adding anything to me. I don't know if it's amazingly good. And I can't recall Tom Bombadil's role in the overall story. So what I was wondering is if, you know, right now I've got my return home and it's set to Archet. Like, I don't need to ever go back there. I probably should have, well, no, because I was going to say I should have set it to Bree, but Bree is one that you get as sort of for being a human. In the fray... And I just don't know where. And I don't know if I get it yet or if it's like a level 20 thing. So you don't need to set it to Bree because Bree you get eventually. So this used to be the thing. Fellowship moves. This was one of the things that burglars were best for, is that they could help trigger fellowship moves when you're in a group. But now that they've sort of made everything soloable, this unfortunately has sort of gone away. The importance of that has gone away. Mounts, Gambit. I guess it's some... Okay. Okay, we got... Let's just take a look at a couple threes. We got 2-4-2, Spear, Yell, Spear. That's going to do a combination strike. Okay. Power attack, we know. And that looks like those are the main two so far. Okay. So 2-4-2, 2-3-4. Those are the main ones we've got going on. Great. Let's head into the Old Forest. Now, I will say, when this game first came out, you did not get this map. You would truly go in here and get lost. Which was evocative, but it was a little painful. So I think what I want to do is I want to find Tom Bombadil straight away so I know what my actual quests are going to be here. But you can see like creeping oak roots. You know, the trees come alive and attack. The forest hunter is a wolf, I think. At some point, you can see a warped oak. The trees themselves will attack you. So you gotta be careful. I probably should have came the other way. There's nothing here we can't technically handle. Everything's red, but it would be a trick, especially as like if we were to get swarmed by spiders or something like that. Now, as much as I am a fan of this game in its original form, the addition of this map, I can't recall when it happened, was a godsend. It would get so frustrating dealing with the forest. You'd be like, okay. Now, Tom Bombadil is on a hilltop here in the forest. But that would be leaving the forest, so let's head further in. I'm wondering if he's, like, here. That's my fear. And that's why I'm wondering if I should have came in the other way. You see things are getting a little bit easier, like they're getting yellow instead of red, so maybe we're in the right part of the forest, or heading toward the right part of the forest. So again, that's going to be an exploration deed for maybe finding clearings or something. Yeah, I don't think I'm going the right way. Okay, so I think I want to go back and then down. So again, like, yeah, navigating this originally was intensely difficult. But it was also one of those things, I think there were people that could sort of lead you through, like other players would help you out. So that was kind of nice. And I will say, it's actually kind of cool fighting a tree. You know, for... Not to be a basic bitch, but... Old Muddyfoot's Hill, okay. Tater. So yeah, I could see a world in which where are we? So there are people you can see making, you know, here on the edge of the danger, you know, trying to make their camps. Maybe keeping an eye on the forest to... So maybe what I want to do is I actually wanted to cross the water there, if I could. Again, I feel like the music capturing the mood, doing a good job. So again, I don't know if you know the stories, like when you hear these names, do they ring familiar? Do they sound like things you've encountered in the books, or if you read the Silmarillion, like there's a lot of this history there. I truly don't know if I'm going the right way. I feel like I'm heading to this clearing, but my fear is that this clearing is going to be a giant spider nest. And it's not actually where I wanted to go. Yeah, this seems bad. The Weaver's Den. Ah. Can I cut through? Oh my. A named spider? That can't be good. A signature boss. So I think this is not where I wanted to go. Alright. Now you can, you can run away and eventually they'll give up on you, but you gotta last that long. Damn it, Tom Bombadil, where are you? You son of a bitch. Nope. Can't stop. Not in the can't stop, won't stop sense. I mean, actually can't stop. You gotta keep going. Oh, that's not good. That's worse. Oh god. That's not good. Okay, so let's do a couple things here. Let's drink a potion. Weeping water. Can't really see where I'm going because of this tree. Level 19, that's not good either. Where am I? Oh god. It's happening again. Here we go. Defeats. Now, there's a couple things you can do. You can retreat or you can revive for free. You get one revive for free, I think. So if I revive for free, I'm right here and I'm going for it. And you can only do that, yeah, every 30 minutes. Otherwise, you then go back to like a stone circle and you lose some progress. Why is that blinking? Is that part of a quest? Oh, okay, that's why. All right. Again, don't really care about deeds. Where is... Okay, let me see. LOTRO, Old Forest. Just want to see where Tom Bombadil is, just so I can spare us the pain. Nope. Okay, so Tom Bombadil is right across the river. We were close. But to get there, again, it's like, Maury, we got to go this way and then this way. Okay. So we need to go south and around. So, yeah, like this is sort of a glimpse into what Moria can be like, but Moria's way worse. At least I had up a hill right. Oh, there he is. Let's talk. Yeah, no, but I need to talk. Okay. Okay, so many of it. Let's see if anybody else will talk to me. Marigold Boffin, Bold Adventure. I don't know if you can give yourself nicknames, but if you could, that would be one to give yourself. Can I go in? So basically all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to trigger book 8. And I don't know how. Okay, let's. I'm going to pause for a little bit, take a quick break. You know, for you it won't be that long, but I'm going to just give this a quick beat, see if I can figure that out, and also sort of refill some of my drinks and stuff like that. So I'll be right back. Okay, so we are back, and a couple of things. One, we got to figure it out because Aragorn was supposed to give us the beginning of book 8 to send us here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to return home, which is going to take us to Archet. Well, yeah, I guess it's probably easier to get to Bree from there, I hope. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Archet, and I'm going to head over to Bree. I'm going to talk to Aragorn again and see what's up, because if he doesn't trigger, then that might be a problem. You see the undefeated. If you can get to level 20 without dying, there's like some other title you can get. But of course that's out of reach now because we just died in the old forest, which that's fine. I think I managed to do it with my original warden. That's level 80 something. I think I did get to level 20 because I didn't go running off to the old forest like an idiot like I just did. Yes, we're going to head out here. Yeah, I had a lot of... I tried playing a hunter way back when. So now we're going to Combe. And I really struggled staying alive with that character. Maybe it's because I was playing... Okay, so now we got to go south and then west. Maybe because as simple as the class is to play, I think staying alive is actually a lot more difficult than it is, say, with a warden. A guardian, that was the fighter name I was trying to think of earlier. So, you know, while the mechanics of the hunter might be easier, the tactics I found more complicated. And with the warden, the mechanics are more complicated, but I feel like the tactics are relatively straightforward. I'm not trying to, like with a hunter, you got to pin him, attack him, blow through his hit points real fast before that first pin comes off. You know, you're really managing crowds because you don't have the durability. Here, if I get swarmed by a crowd, I'm not managing the crowd. I'm managing my defenses, my buffs, and my healing. And if I can keep those going, keep those stacked, and stay ahead of it, you know, eventually I should be able to outlast them. That's the theory. So, you know, In practice, I'm not a great player of video games, but that is the theory of how it should work. And most of the time, because LOTRO is not really trying to challenge you, it does work. So let's see if we can talk to Aragorn one more time, because we need him to give us the quest, or else I'm not sure what to do. In the downtime, like I said, I looked it up just to be sure. I also logged out and logged back in to see if that would help. I don't know why. Yeah, I know that. I don't know what to do. I genuinely don't know what to do. Like, he's... Yeah, I know you're not going to tarry here for long, but why are you not giving me the quest? I'm going to cancel this quest because I don't care. I don't have any epic quests. So at certain points you can, get different parts of the books to overlap, but I don't know if we're there yet. So if your epic quest breaks, I don't know what you do. Checking on Gandalf. Yeah, I mean, that's a later part of the story. This is brutal because, like, the whole point of this is like, hey, you should see how great this story is. And then if the story just breaks on you. Let's see, book 1, chapter 8 won't start LOTRO. Then I don't know what to say. A lot of people are having like problems with like book 2, book 7, like other but for me, like it shouldn't be. Oh man. It shouldn't be breaking at this point. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause this. I'm going to see if I can figure it out. We'll pick this back up and we'll see how it goes. I might have to actually, man, this would be such a heartbreaking way for to get stuck like this because of what the whole point of this was. Okay, let's pause this for now and we'll figure it out. Okay, so I don't know what the right answer is. There's a chance that maybe I'm too low a level because, again, we were trying to get a piece of equipment that was level 16. Maybe that's sort of indicating what's going on. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to show a ton of this for now. Maybe I'll do some of it off camera, but just sort of the general questing that can go on. What I did is I took a quest that says no time for tours, and there's a bunch of people that need help around the Breeland area. One is here at this cottage. One's here on the camp. One's here over by the Shire. So I can talk to those guys. And I think what they're going to set you up with is a bunch of quests that need doing in their areas. So we can go here.
Beard, won't you give me even a moment?
Looks like somebody stole a sword or something. So we're going to head further north. And basically it's just like, it's the kind of MMO quest you might expect. But I always find, again, like even the little areas have their own short stories, so to speak, that work pretty well. So in this case, Lofar thinks one of his blades was stolen by a smith, so we're going to go up here to this little outpost.
What do you need?
What? A stolen sword? Stolen from a dwarf? I don't know what he's talking about. But he mops his brow nervously. Oh, yes, I admit I took it. Please don't tell the constable, please. I did to save my family. See, a brigand named Nate. He told me that he would hurt my family unless I made a sword for their captain, but I didn't have the iron to forge one, so he stole this.
Stay a moment.
Now I want to help set things straight. Like I said before, Nate said that before he gave the sword to Blake, he was going to test the blade against the workers at the unfinished silo site to the east. So again, is it a fetch quest? Yes. But is it sort of narratively woven together in a satisfying way? For me, yeah. So this is, I'm wondering if, like, oh, poor Nate. Oh. Get some bleed damage going, and then I'm going to start healing. Then I'm going to up my defense. Restart that bleed. Okay. So we're going to bring the broken hilt to Kenton. All right. So, and then I believe, like, the brigands here are going to... It's a whole quest chain that has its own little story about dealing with brigands, north of Bree. I don't know. And again, maybe that's normal for all MMOs. But I have always enjoyed that touch here. Okay, bring the broken hilt to Lofar Iron. So we're going to bring it back to the person that gave us the quest. And then he's probably going to sell us on the idea of, like, okay, now you need to go deal with the brigands themselves. But you can see, like, I'm level 12. A lot of things here are red. Maybe that was the problem. Like, maybe the next book quest is just too high of a level. So I thought it would still give it to you, but maybe if it's not at least red, there's no luck. And we're at level 12. We're almost to level 13. I don't know how many levels we actually need to get. Cuts himself off, lost in thought. Actually lost my father to brigands a few years back. Wouldn't wish that on anyone. Give me the hilt. It must be going soft. I'll do it to keep the family safe. So it looks like... Now I'll help that Kenton Thistleway by forging another sword, but with two conditions. The first one is that the brigand doesn't come around looking for the sword. I get it back. Second, Thistleway gives me a hand and does some of the simpler work. So we're bringing some stuff over to repair. What's this guy got?
Would you do something for me?
So now here's a Sharky's men find evidence of the brigand's loyalty. So again, we're getting a bunch of stuff going on with Sharky and his brigands for, like, sort of a little mini story within the world. So I'll do some of this on camera just so you can sort of see what, like, the general questing is like. But then maybe what I'll do is I'll step aside, get up to level 16. Maybe that's the trick. There's a good chance this phase here will get me to level... Oop, where am I going? Yeah. This will get me to level 13.
What can I do for you?
Okay, collect iron straps, boar hides, trinkets. So the iron straps, let's take off No Time for Tours and Sharky's Men. We just want to see on the map. So the flawless boar whatevers, this could be one of those irritating things. Because it's one of those things that I could see not getting every time I kill a boar. Okay, so he should bleed. Okay, so you're well on your way to becoming a hero of Middle-earth. It's time to head for Bree. So, yeah, I guess, you know, maybe I was jumping the gun a little bit, and that's going to cause problems. Can I do 3? No, that's still a Death Strike. So again, we killed a boar, but we didn't get the tusk we need. Or the hides, or whatever it is we need. The hides. And so this is where you get the sort of tedious stuff going on. Boar hides, trinkets, iron, you know. Oh, maybe I gotta go. Because then you're just like, okay, how many of these goddamn things do I gotta kill in order to get what I need? But maybe I'm not in the right spot. I'm trying to head a little further south to get into that red zone. Almost there. Okay, here we are. It's not a big part of the trick. Is you make sure you're exactly where you need to be, if that matters. Nope, still nothing. Maybe this is just the debris pile. Let's look at the quest just to make sure. Whoops. So it looks like I'm being slowed down by disease. Or I'm not sure what. But what I need to do is I need to look at the quest to see exactly where. If it specifies. For the bellows, gather some flawless boar hides. Okay, it doesn't say exactly. So did I search this or no? Okay, one of the trinkets. I guess I don't need to attack them to give me a little window to run away. Oh, okay. 2 of them, okay. That was on a young... So maybe I don't want the scarred. Maybe I want the young splinters. Don't I have a target? Now again, I'm dealing with yellow. I'd rather be killing orange and reds, because then at least the fighting you really level up as well. Head over here, there's another debris pile. Oh, backpack. Maybe there's something in there. I wonder if I can do a 3-2-3. Nope, that's still okay. Okay, Okay, got the flawless hides. Just need the straps and the trinkets. Just going to take all this stuff. That's a bunch of loot. Trinkets. One more debris pile, and we should be good to go on that. And then it's just figuring out the iron scraps. Straps, sorry. Okay, so let's see now. The iron straps maybe are with the guy. Just gotta figure out how to get out of here. And then you get a general idea. Like, so then, we'll do this, and I think I've done this quest line before, and then you end up much like the brigands outside of Archit and stuff like that. You end up like, can you zoom in here? No. There's a whole thing going on up here. You end up dealing with the camp itself. You go in there and you start killing folk as you're wont to do. And you end up, I think, eventually just dealing with Sharky. So it turns into this whole story that, you could see to the end if you want. And I think the quest to, let me see, No Time for Tours. I think the idea is it connects you with 3 people that will give you sort of the 3 quest chains of short stories, and you go from there. See, so yeah, the Thornley's work site. Guess you're trying to expand, Bree, maybe? He wants iron scraps, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so now I think we should have everything we need for him to start reworking the sword.
What can I do for you?
Oh, good, you've returned. Here, give me those things. Please, I need your help.
Would you do something for me?
That's terrible. Blake, the brigand captain who wanted the sword, came and told me he knew Nate was dead and that he knew I had something to do with it. I tried to tell him I didn't. Let me see that I have another sword for him soon, but he wouldn't listen. He's taken my daughter, Maribel. If I don't give him another sword and soon, he'll kill her. Please save her. Okay. Get the sword from Lofar, then go to Blake's camp. It's in the Bree fields up north. Okay. So now we're going to head back to Lofar to get the sword. And then we're going to go rescue his daughter somewhere up here. So yeah, again, like maybe I'll do a little bit here, and then I'll stop. I'll do a bunch off camera, get up to level 16, come back when we can get the book quest going again, and then at least I'll know the answer, and I can say, yeah, that's what we had to do. Now let's go into the old forest. Because as you saw, like, I went into the old forest and I got my ass kicked. So clearly I was not, but I was hoping to still be able to do it, because then you just level really fast. So anyway. Okay, so we're going to go find Maribel. Oh, she's out there. Okay. Now, again, I'm being lazy. I'm not reading the quest, but if you do, they're solid. If you wanted to, I'm just doing it because I want to get back to the book quest, but if you were to sort of engage in these stories, you could sort of, I could see, you could get really sort of involved in the little quest to save Maribel or whatever. If you're doing what I was describing earlier, where you start, like when you're playing an RPG on the table, you start filling in details, you start using your imagination to make it more than it really is. I feel like I should pick a profession so I can start mining or doing something so I can collect, get some money. So here we go. We're at the brigand's camp. And as I've said many times, when I was a burglar, I just snuck right in. So it's a blade for life. So it's supposed to be a small fellowship quest. The chances of me surviving then go way down. This is meant to be done with 2 or 3 people. Oh, there we go. What's that? What's the strange medallion? Bring the brigand medallion to the Chief Watcher Grimbriar. I don't know who that is. So yeah, it was a blast playing this as a burglar, because again, I didn't fight any of these people. I snuck in, did what I had to do, got out. It felt the most thiefy kind of stuff I had done in an MMO in a long time. Get some healing, whoops, get some healing going. Buff some of that defense. Get some bleed going, and then she should be basically done. And I should be mostly healed up going into the next fight. I don't know if I ever fired off the bleed. I'm not seeing it. Okay, so he should be done with the bleed damage. Let me focus on her, get some bleed going. Get some healing going, even though I'm in good shape. Buff some defense. So you can see, like, I sort of timed it right. Now she should be mostly done, too. Just grab all this stuff. I don't think I can still... Can I? Maybe. Oops. Had a gambit built up. Let's get some bleed going again. Okay, so he should be set. Didn't get bleed going, but there we go, and that should mean she... Nope, didn't do it. Maybe she resisted? I'm going to take out this person first. I need to get the thing in there that clears my gambit. Switch over to her. Got bleed. Oh. Okay, so I don't know if there's any. I don't think this is just a stash of loot. Get some money. How am I doing on money, by the way? Character. I don't know where that's located. Oh well. All right, let's see if we can keep finding. Keep going deeper into. There we go.
I don't know anything.
All right, protect Maribel on the way out. Okay, here we go. Oh. So I need to get tension off of her. So now they're on me. That's good. And I want to make sure I keep that. That could fade over time, so you got to sort of keep pumping that up. So now she should be dead. Let's get some bleed going on him. Get some healing going. He should have bleed on him. Hopefully it's enough to take care of him. Okay. I don't know if I need to talk. Oh, no. Oh, there's Blake. Whoa, what's on? Wait, why can't I? I need to get this outlaw off of her because she's in rough shape. There we go. Now he's on me. Get some bleed going. Heal me up a little bit. I didn't expect to take Blake on right away like that. There we go. Okay, with Blake dead, we can make our escape. I'm ready. Nope. Okay, again, gonna build up aggro so they're all on me. Then I'm gonna do some healing. Buff some defense. I'm going to set up that and then finish off the bleed on this guy. Combination strike should be enough with the bleed. Set up a bleed on him. There we go. Okay. Can you? I mean... Okay, perfect. Okay. So yeah, what I'll do is I'll, so there you go. Get an idea of like a little in-game quest. Typical fare, but I feel like it's still pretty well done. And yeah, I'll go gain some levels. I'm almost to level 14. It shouldn't take too long. Then I'll check back in and see if Strider's ready to talk to us. So, all right, let's see what happens. Okay. So we got it figured out. It was just getting leveled up to level 16. Basically, I just, did a bunch of quests in and around, hitting level 15 lets you get access to the housing options, if that's your thing. I'll detach items, see what this is, but probably not going to mess with it too much. Attach that as well. Bring this to Daisy Appledore and Bree. But again, the main thing was hit level 16, and it looks like Strider's ready to talk to us. There's one who could find these Crabane for us if we were to ask him for such aid. However, he may not see our worries as his. He's known by many peoples by many names. Of old, he was known as Orald to men, while to the dwarves, he was simply Forn. The elves called him Arwain Benadar, oldest and fatherless. However, these days he's known by Tom. Tom Bombadil. Okay, look for old Bombadil's house. We've been there. Wish I could help with the task, but the safety of my charges comes before all else. I get that. So there we go. We managed to finally get Chapter 8 started. Thank goodness. I was really worried. I think the trick is that I've never streamed this game before, so I've never just plowed through only the quest content. I would pick up other stuff like, oh yeah, just bang out a bunch of quests since I'm going there anyway and level up, but I guess you do need to do that a little bit. So we're going to be here. Let's head down. South. Actually, one sec. Trying to see. Yeah, one sec. Just realized I had myself muted. So we're gonna. It's gonna get a little trickier now. People might be coming in and out. I'm going to take care of this warden quest. Then we'll take a look at Book 8. I'm hoping to get into the 20s during this playthrough, because I would love to show you. I was just showing the North Downs on the map, and the other one, the Lonelands. Lonelands, yeah, I love those two areas. I just have a lot of fun there. I guess we're going to the Breetown jail. Is that? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so let's see what she's got going
How
on.
can I be of service? Would you do something for me?
It's a pretty good shield. Okay, so I'm going to start a spear at the southern march.
Greetings.
Still nothing to train, so I'm not sure if that's just completely gone as a mechanic. Okay, so let's see. Talk to Andrew Oakhurst. On the other side of Bree. Okay. Usually I'd be like, screw it, but since it's my actual class, I feel... I don't want to say an obligation. I want to say that I'm curious if they give you, like, better gear than you would just get out and about. So if that's the case, then I can sort of just tag those on. I wouldn't mind doing that. So, yeah, we'll head over to the other side of town, talk to this guy, start making our way to the old forest, talk to Tom Bombadil. If I can remember where his house is in the old forest. Probably do a bunch of stuff like murder trees and murder wolves, murder spiders, I guess, for book chapter 8. Talk to Andrew Oakhurst. There we go.
How can I be of service?
Oh, okay. It's an instance quest.
Brigands and half-orcs from the south have been pressing upon the Greenway as of late, threatening the good folk of Breetown. You have been enlisted to join the line of wardens who march against these foes, for brigands possess a chaotic nature and will not stand against such organized defense.
Oh, yeah, so part of where I did my leveling up to get up to 16 was down here, and there's a whole bandit camp down there with half-orcs and brigands that I sort of messed up and took care of.
Need.
Okay. Talk to Toby Thorndike, and do not abandon my place in the line. You are to be my ally in the defense, Black Lodge. I am glad to hear it. I will show you the bounds of your position. You must not stray beyond these bounds during the attack. The line must not be compromised. Okay. I've never done this before, so this is interesting. Okay, so it's this tree. I assume to that rock or pile of dirt. Sure, got it. Oops. Oop. Oh, nervous. He's breaking. There we go. we go. Is that it?
How can I be of service?
I'd like to see those brigands try this again. They thought that the ability to wield a blade would be enough to challenge a line of wardens. Are they mad? They must be. All right, let's get out of here. It'd be interesting if they added like a whole quest line for your job. Let's see. It's a good shield. I like it. One and done. Not bad. Okay. So now we need to get back to...
What can I do for you?
I think we want Adso's camp, so let's travel there. So I could just take in the scenery. Again, I don't know. I think that looks great. Barrow-downs just over that hill. Not ready for that quite yet. Huh. Is that a thing I have equipped? It must be. Oh, yeah. Okay, that might be part of why I'm leveling up so fast. That's fine. And you can see that it's a boost only to when you fight monsters, because usually that's not a big deal as far as leveling. It's really about the quests. Which may be true for a lot of MMOs, I don't know. Alright, so we want the old forest. And it was up there. Okay. If we're lucky, we're going to come in there, but I doubt it. It's probably going to be... Yeah, maybe it's there. Yeah, back when this game started, I said like it was like 5 gold to get a mount. Like right now I've got like 800 silver, so I'm on my way to 1 gold piece. I feel like there was a lot more to spend, to spend money on in the old game. Like I'd be doing more repairs, I'd be buying a lot of these skills. Okay, not bad. So you're constantly spending a lot more money on stuff, which I'm not doing here. Yeah, I've seen people have this sort of stuttering. This is worse than I usually get it. Don't really know what causes it. I don't know if it's just loading the area, if it's lag, but I've seen some people have it so bad, unfortunately, they have to quit playing. Oh, let's search a corpse. Okay, looks like it's just picking up some loot. Okay, I think we... Now, remember this was one of the like little exploring quests. Since I'm here, I might as well grab it. I don't know if I actually need it, but... Alright, so let's see if I can not screw this up. Nice, alright. Although I don't see Tom Bombadil. Does he go in and out of his house, or does he... I thought he just stayed out here, which has me, again, a little nervous with all the hitching, with all the stuff, like something is going on that's a little weird. Oh, there we go. Hey now, what's all the fussing? We've not had so many guests since our wedding. There's a time enough for bird watching, but perhaps first a song or two, my hearty. Let your heart fly free and put aside your worries. You are at the house of Tom Bombadil. Okay, chapter 9. My goldberry is away at her spring, and I was going to lily hunting. I have no time for chasing birds, but hey now, Aragorn's a name I know, and a friend of old Tom's. Let's see. Here then my offer. While old Tom Bombadil looks for sour crows, you'll gather lilies for my lovely. Okay. I saw some along the river, just a hop and a jump away. Just follow along until ring-a-ding-dillo, you find Old Man Willow. You watch that old gray willow man. He's a mighty singer. He'll sing you down to sleep and drown you if you don't be careful. Okay. So even Tom Bombadil's quests in this chain suck. So far they've been pretty good. But now it's just go get bullshit while I do the work. So yeah, let's head down by the river. I guess we're collecting large lilies. We're collecting 4 of them. Ah, okay. I think that's going to be Old Man Willow. All right, let's get these back and see what he's up to next. Okay, Lily's white for the river daughter. Stronger than hobbit folk are you. If you outsang Willem. I didn't even counter him really. Old man's Tom's a merry fellow, but he knows when it's time for dancing or to go a-whiting. He's found your birds and none too soon. If you seek them out, then seek them now unless you wish to sleep beneath the green grass. Alright. Ooh, into the Barrow-downs. Okay. I actually don't mind that. I don't think I can... Okay, I was about to say, is there a passage? Yeah. So the Barrow-downs is fun just again because of the Bree of the Barrow-downs Middle-earth role-playing game. So a lot of nostalgia for the area. And it's not a annoying maze like this is to navigate, so. I wish I knew the lore better. I never read the Silmarillion. It's been a long time since I read the books proper, and for the long time, the way I knew most of what I knew was from the Middle-earth role-playing supplement books, because they're so detailed. Alright, so we've got a lot of quests here we could pick up if we wanted. Let's just see what they offer. If we're there anyway.
Would you do something for me?
Hello there. Might I speak
Oh.
with you a moment?
Will you give me a moment of your time,
I'm
friend?
just going to grab all of these, and if they're easy, great, and if not,
Hello, friend. Could you help me with something?
I'll just ditch them.
What can I do for you?
Let's sell. I think I'm done with that one. Don't need that. Okay. Yeah, you can see I got 788 silver. That's, and I, basically don't have anything to spend it on.
Could I
Defeat
speak with
whites.
you a moment? Stay a moment.
Defeat Bargus. So the only reason why I'm doing this is because when I hit this chapter, I couldn't start it because I was too low of a level. So I'll grab a couple of these just in case they're easy enough to do. So let's dismount. Let's get this started. Because honestly, it should be pretty easy. Okay. Basically, the quests I think are just kill everything that we see. All right. How are we doing? So this one's going to be tricky because it's sort of like a... Let me clear some of this out. I think it's like an escort quest. Feels like it does a good job capturing capturing the area, right? Yeah, like, there's the southern, there's the northern. Right now we're in the northern. Okay, let's go check in on Layla, see if we can get her out of here. Okay. I came here to find the last prince, like Mr. Butterbur talks about in his stories. I was going to find him and then be with him forever and be his princess, but oof, that's creepy. But he wasn't here to be found. There's just all these skeletons and bones and Walking Dead. It isn't nice to go misleading young hobbits like that. When you're ready to go, could you help me get out of here, get back home to Bree? I couldn't leave before, but now with a strong warrior like you here, I'm sure you can get me home safely. Oh, and I lost my cloak. I simply must find it. Yeah, no, I again, as a parent, I think he would be perfectly fine. Okay. Yeah, again, like he wouldn't want you to endanger yourself for a blanket. Also, it's not emasculating at all. She has more hit points than I do. I get that's a balance thing, but still. Just a very bad feeling about this. Let's go stand in this circle of rocks and then walk very slowly. Again, for a blanket. I mean, I know it's a cloak, but a cloak is like a hooded blanket. Yeah, it is. There's no lesson to be learned from what just happened. The Layla story. Oh, I think I left my jacket there. In the spooky tomb entrance. I need to go get it. On my 6, bitch. There is no urgency to the people that walk in these book quests. Oh, here we go. Perfect. It's almost like she's working for the whites and wants to get me killed. Now she's going to aggro every single monster in the whole. I wonder if that does bonus damage to whites with that flourish of flame. I have one that does light damage. I feel like that's one I should be trying. Alright, she's drawing some aggro, so let me see if I can clear a little bit of that off. The one's still on her. Let me change. There we go. The Darwin is strong with this one. It's foggy, I'm lost, I don't know where I'm going. I wanted to go be a princess to a zombie forever. Where's my blanket? She gets lost right past every single enemy in the whole Barrow-downs. I know where your dad is. I could take you there right now. Oh. So we got some dread going. It's only a signature, so it's should be doable, but... So I wonder if this is the prince that she heard the stories about and she was still trying to find him? So if you start to figure out, like, what you put into this string first sort of determines a little, like, if you do, like, a shout, then whatever you do afterwards, it's going to be mostly something that attracts attention. At least that's how I think it works. Okay, she made it. Nice. So let's get back in. We're short. This is the thing we need the most of. We're 4 away from the whites. 3 away from the whites. 4 away from these. I think you can go inside these, but I'm a little hesitant to do that. Okay, what do we need for the whites? Just a 3, was it? Okay, 1 more, and then we got this one done. Okay, so that one's done. We need... I do wish there was a way MMOs could sort of... I don't know what the right answer is, because, you know, if you wanted to help somebody with that quest, she would need to be there, but, you know, maybe somehow, because I feel like, I was going to say the Star Wars MMO, but they would often have things inside buildings, and that's how I think they would instance so much, so that it felt more customized to you. The world sort of followed what you were doing. I think we're done killing those, so we just need these things and rats. And then we gotta dig up. Knights of the Old Republic. I can't believe I was code. Is that what it was? Knights of the Old Republic, or is that the old video game? So even this, like, sort of like a lot of MMO can be relaxing because it's just sort of like a tunk. I don't want to say it's completely mindless. Like I'm sort of thinking a little bit about what I'm doing, but it's just a lot of like rhythm, a lot of repeated patterns, sort of like comfort food, if you will. How many more of these do I need? 4? So my fear is that in order to dig up... Okay, so I've got a... There's a bunch I still have to do here. For the longest time, I never switched out my javelin from my starting one, so I was only doing like 2 points of damage per throw. So now I've got that a little bit improved. So we need to go south while we're looking for the last 2 worms or rats. The dead spires collect stone fragments. Okay. Let me see. Let me take care of this, and then let me... All right, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Okay, so we've got most of the quests done here that we needed to do. I think, right? Bree land, boom, 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 digging in the dirt. We haven't done that. There was another one. We had to go south. Oh, right. That's the actual book quest. So let's take care of those 2 things, and then let's see where that lands us at. I'm guessing it's going to definitely get us level 17. Okay, let's start figuring out where to dig in the dirt, I guess. Collect lore fragments. See, the barrows of Taradan, Oran, and Ringdor lie in the northern Barrow-downs. Okay, so I guess if we... Will it give us like a card saying... Okay, can I just collect all 3 here? Okay, that'll be easy. Yeah, apologies. Things got busy around the house here recently, so it should be a little calmer now. But yeah, I went a little quiet there for a while because I had people coming in and out. You can't usually see them on camera. I usually let them know, like, hey, I'm being weird, but you can sometimes hear they got to do stuff in the kitchen, or they got to, so I tend to mute a lot more. Anyway, but now that should be all set. And I think I need to be up on top of that cliff. So let's mount up. Let's, oh. Is this it? This might be it. Okay. I guess it wasn't that far. So let's see how this works. So it's not letting me open up on a fight. So it's fool, did you think that my pets would not learn that the ring now travels east in the hands of a hobbit named Frodo? You have failed utterly. When the Master of the Nine returns, he shall learn of this, and blah, blah, blah. Now come, my pets. So I guess it's on. So to quote Star Wars Episode 7, do you talk, do I talk? Who goes first? Get my hands settled on the right numeric keys instead of being one off. Oh, it's not even a signature. Okay, this should be easy. All right. I did something wrong with this one. The Barrows of Taradan Oran. Okay, well, let's look at the map again. And, Dead Spire. Taradan. Okay, so that I gotta go all the way. Whoops, I gotta go all the way back. So I don't know what those lore fragments were that I picked up. That doesn't seem to have been part of the quest I was shooting for. So yeah, let's head all the way back. Apologies for that. I don't know, I gotta say, this does a decent job capturing how I kind of pictured Barrow-downs when I read the Merp books. Alright, let's see how we're doing. Yeah, so let's start to the southeast and work our way up. Nope, I guess it's on. Not sure. Oh, the guy right there. Okay, move over to this guy. Got a heal going for no reason, because that's what I had started. Okay. And let's see, we're right about there. Let's take this guy out. Okay, feel like we should, Okay, so let's see what we do. Digging in the dirt. Which one are we at? We are at Oran. Okay. lie in the North Barrow-downs. They told you that you should dig at the entrances to the Barrow of Taradan, Oran, and Ringdoor to help you in your digging. He's giving you a blunted pickaxe. The tool will help prevent any damage to... Okay. So which one is it? This is one of those things they probably explained to me how to use the tool, and I blew right past it. See if it explains it here. Let's see. Nope. Because I don't think the tool is something in my inventory. I think you're supposed to just click the icon. I just don't know where to dig. Nope. You know, I was doing some, I don't know what's going to come of it, but I was doing some prep for my spy game, you know, and I was saying in the past how, like, I mushed together a bunch of different games. What I started doing is I started looking at the Mithras Imperative. They have it now under the ORC open license. I confess I don't know what that acronym stands for. Open... I don't know. So I started looking a lot closer, keeping it more pure Mithras. And not just being a giant hodgepodge of everything. And I'm kind of excited to sort of play around and see what happens. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. You know, so Gone are going to be just borrowing the skills from 4 other different systems. It's going to be more heavily modified. I should change how I phrase that. It's going to be closer to what the Mithras Imperative comes with, but just tweaking that. But still, you know, still modified, homebrewed, etc., etc. I don't know, maybe it won't be that different, but it feels like it's going to be a little bit cleaner, a little bit more cohesively Mithras and not Gumshoe ported to D100. So we'll see how it goes. I guess that's a level, but I still don't know where to dig. Because I don't think they're on a hill. I think it's one of these. No, not even close. Okay, so that... Can I tell? So... See, these things have all stupidly respawned. I don't want to... I might actually just bail on this one because I don't actually care that much. I feel like it's right around here. Or is it one of these? Oh, there we go. The Barrow of Oran. Okay. And yeah, I'm going to see if I can... I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but, you know, I'm going to take what's there from Mithras Imperative, and maybe I'll try writing it up if it holds together at all. I'm going to do some stuff like, you know, I'm not going to do, like, items with costs. I'm going to, you know, other games sort of do stuff like this. I'm going to have you, like, you know, if it's official, you're going to requisition it. If you need to get it from the black market, it's going to be something like to do with your streetwise skill. It's not, you know how like Call of Cthulhu sort of has a skill for your wealth. So it's sort of using that kind of idea a little bit. So maybe it is a hodgepodge of different ideas, but we'll see how it works. One thing I was trying to figure out was like how to group there's a lot of skills, like, you know, in, say, like, Gumshoe, Nice Black Agent, specifically, like, accounting, criminology, stuff like that. So I was trying to figure out, like, you know, do I need to have, like, literally every single one represented, or is there a way to cluster those together? And another, you know, now I say it's like, oh, it's not just Gumshoe ported. Another game using the Cepheus engine, a 2d6 spy game. When you pick your backgrounds, you don't, you know, you pick sort of like human intelligence, signals intelligence, you know, something like that. And so I sort of decided I was going to try those as skills. Can I just do this here? And they would sort of encompass a number of things, so you didn't have to, like, list out things quite so much, but it would still cover, you know, the basics, hopefully. You know, and then for, like, the career paths, your backgrounds and stuff, it's sort of... There's a couple of different games I looked at, and they sort of had this similar kind of vibe. And then, so I started looking around at, you know, like, in the Slough House series, the, you know, the outstanding shows and books. The shows are on Apple TV. You know, like they call the spies Joes. Like that's a, you know, British term. So I was sort of looking at British terms, you know, to come up with the backgrounds, like Joes. I forget some of the others. It turns out a bunch of them were made up by John le Carré anyway, and some of them just happened to become, you know, like I think he came up with honey trap. I'm not sure, but I think there's a chance he came up with that. And that's what it's called now. There's a couple others. It was all from doing some research when I was reading interviews he did about his book Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, and some of the lingo he came up with. But he said, yeah, like a couple of them, like mole, might have been like real words, but then he's like, the rest, a bunch of them I just made up, and he's like, some of them just stuck. So I'm sort of borrowing from his lexicon to come up with the jobs, as much as I can. Like, I think he uses the phrase lamplighter for people who do, like, tailing and surveillance. And it's one of those things, like, I've heard it called that, but I didn't realize it was him that probably came up with the phrase. So it's getting away from Nice Black Agent adaptation and getting more in the spirit of John le Carré.
What do you need?
And like a Mithras John le Carré game. It's not just, oh, that's clearly, you know, Nice Black Agent's
How can I be of service?
skill list with, you know, the D100 of Mithras underneath it. So we'll see how it comes together. It might still be a train wreck. It might still be stupid, but...
Good day.
Whoops. But we'll see how it goes. Let's see. This is a 42 armor. Nope. 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 I guess we'll take the cloak. Do I have 2 to hand in? So that's been pretty exciting. And then,
Good day.
the other thing is we're getting back into Pathfinder 2nd Edition. As the day that I'm playing this, you know, it's going to be in a couple of days.
What can I do for you?
And the last session's already out, you know, so, and we had a total party kill. It was a train wreck. So Patrick and I are going to be starting with new characters that hopefully are a little bit more durable, and we're going to pick it back up. I think Matt, I don't know if he's adding a character specifically to help us or because he also genuinely loves Pathfinder and wants to, you know, play as much as he wants to GM. So we'll see how that goes. I'm excited. I think he's rolling up a kineticist, something like that. I'm not super familiar with it, but I guess we'll see.
Now let the fun begin. Let us sing together.
I'm just going to take whatever's the most valuable. Because I don't really want any of these. Okay. Chapter 11. The Great Barrow is not a place for the weak hearts or frail limbs. Wicked wights and the evil lords make merry in the terror. They have a master. If you be a going, Tom will take you. Okay. So is this going to be... Yes, this is going to be an instanced.
An unholy alliance is forged within the depths of Othrangroth. The Great Barrow, a sinister pact which could spell doom for Eriador.
Between those stones is what you look for. The Great Barrow of the Downs. Careful now, or there your bones will lie until the whites have you dancing. Okay, so is he just walking away? Go to the entrance of the Great Barrow. Straight ahead, okay. I don't know. To me, this is just awesome. Anyway, so yeah, it's going to be fun, you know. And then, you know, Matt and I, by the time this goes up, you know, definitely a session of, Skorgrim, the Angmar dwarf. It's here, okay. Our first session of Vaesen should be up as well, which was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. And I'll be curious to see how it goes. We're going to be continuing the introductory adventure that comes with the game. And I have, man, what do I have? I think I have, there's like they did a campaign or something. I have that, or maybe it's a collection of mysteries. And then I also have like the, I mentioned this in the, ooh, nice. I mentioned this in, you know, when Vaesen was kickstarted, I actually passed on it. Because like, oh, fairy tales, I don't know. I'm glad I ended up grabbing it because it was a lot of fun. And then what ended up sealing the deal for me was when they did the England and Ireland book. And I was like, oh, that... Like, I don't know if I care about Scandinavia running adventures there. But Britain and Ireland, that looks tantalizing. Now, having said that, then I actually read Vaesen and got on board, and I was like, oh no, the Scandinavia part's really cool too. So. Do a little AoE on these two guys. Wah wah. See if I can put a bleed on him. Mostly have it built up on the first guy. And that should do it. Heal a little bit before he dies. And that should drop him. There we go. Did I miss See, it seems like there should be something here. Maybe it's on the way back? I don't know. Anyway, the point is that it's been really great being this excited about RPGs. A lot of good stuff happening. Getting to try a lot of really cool systems over the last 9-10 months. So hopefully we can keep this going. I don't know what you do, like, you know, if you sort of use something with an open license and then you add to it and you want to put it together and release it. I don't know what the process is. I don't know. But it's something I'm kind of curious about. I don't know if there's other people out there looking for like a Cold War spy game that's not Cthulhu. I figure somebody would have done it by now, but Oops. A lot of the stuff I see is just a little, you know, like Cold Shadows uses sort of like this interesting narrative system, but it's more about running the agency itself. Is that guy gonna drop? Yeah. There's another one, something about something city. Maybe it's Cold Cities and something Dark Shadow. I don't know. One is about Berlin, like post-World War II, but it's sort of Cthulhu-y. You know, they all have this like supernatural element, which I know is, you know, what a lot of people like, but I was surprised in doing my research. You know, even Night's Black Agent, which is designed to like pull out the supernatural stuff on some level, it was a little, I don't know what the right word is. It's just not like pick up and go Cold War non-supernatural spy. You still have to do a little bit of work, and it's not. So I want to see if, you know, if I can take the generic parts of, you know, skill resolution, you know, D100. The other thing I like about D100 is that I thought about doing it at first in Savage Worlds, but I know Savage Worlds has like a swingy gonzo reputation. And I was a little worried about that, even though that's not always been my experience when I run it. But I would like to see, like, a D100 feels like it's grounded in a way. It sort of feels like it's a little, I don't know if this is fair. It feels a little stacked against the players, which I think makes it feel gritty in a way. Am I in? Oh. Oh. Yeah, I guess you can't go around messing with in the barrows and not have the whites come at you. Anyway, I'm rambling, but the point is, it's because I'm very excited. I'm really curious to see how all this goes. Boom, boom, boom. Now, page 5 adds to the Journal of Cardolan. That's I don't know if that's a deed or a quest, but you kill higher level whites and you put together this book. I don't know if it's I really like the idea of it. Anything that's sort of like exploring, lore based. Maybe I should become a lore master. Go around looking at ruins. Is this guy? I'm guessing this guy might be a signature enemy. Maybe because of the ring around his picture and also the fact that he's got 740 hit points. Ooh, the Witch King. I shouldn't go. Shouldn't be going after him, especially alone. Build up some defense. I think I'm getting hit from a couple of sides, so let's get some healing going. I'm going to stack both of them for a little bit. Put a bleed attack on him if it works. It did not. Bolster my defenses again. Try the bleed a second time. He's done. Where did they go? Oh, crap. Okay, so we're going to build up some defense. Gonna do both healing. Do the short one first just to get it going because I'm getting hit. That buys me time for the long one. Then I'm going to do the short one again. Then I'm going to do some AoE with the combination strike. Hits a couple at a time. That one I did in the wrong order, so that's a mistake. Dealing with another, looks like signature enemy, so let's do... Get bleeding going. Oh. Oh. Get some healing going. Stack those, the long one, now the short one. Get my defense up again. And then let's build a bleed on him and finish it on him. All right. Again, that was probably one of the more challenging fights, and you can even see it wasn't that hard to manage, at least with a warden. I would not want to... I would have, if I were playing a hunter, I think I would have been obliterated. I just don't know how to make them durable. There's a lot of crowd management, which I'm not... Oops. I guess I'm not good at overall. And I think I said that already on some level. Another signature. Let me build some defense. I guess we got technically two things there, so let me do the AoE. The arm might go down kind of... Oh, yeah, there we go. I was going to say, the arm doesn't have a lot of hit points or morale. Pay no heed to the twice-fool Saruman. We must counter the loss of Amdir. Our plans in the south are reaching fruition. Who's the other guy? Amdir's lost. The short one's going to be Skorgrim. Ivar the Bloodhand. I don't know if we've met him before, have we? Pay no heed to the... Okay, yeah. Let's go down there and see what happens. I assume I'm not going to be fighting the Witch King just yet. The dread's kicked in. I'm powerless. That's what the big Eye of Sauron means. It means I'm just done for the time being. It's sort of like a Souls game, you know, you lose your maximum HP, I mean your morale, you're dealing with a smaller health bar. Okay, I need to figure out what I'm doing here with my... Let's look at these really quickly. One of these is like the cancel, the restorative shield work. Okay, boost your defenses, cool down is a minute 30. That's not that bad. So for a big fight, I need to be working on that. I probably should be putting it... Okay, so let's... I'm going to put this here. I don't want to put it right on 6 because I'm likely to tap it. But hitting Control 1 is probably not going to happen in the thick of it. So let's see what else we got. First Aid, I'll put that there. What's this? Forced March. Non-combat movement speed. What's this? Careful Step. Oh, right. So let's put... So Shift 1, Shift 2 is how you can go into... Then Forced March, I think you can just use whenever, right? So let's try it. Shift... nope. Shift 1. Going to go into Careful Step. While sneaking, you may maneuver around many monsters undetected. However, observant monsters may detect you, blah, blah, blah. So this is what burglars are really good at. Nope, he found me. But you see, there's no wind up for that javelin. It just throws it right away. Like if I were doing an ambush with that javelin from a distance, you got to sort of let it build up for like a second or two. Anyway, burglars are much less likely to be seen. I guess that's another great thing about, the wardens are a little bit of everything, right? Tank, healer, do some stealth. They can fast travel around the world mustering like a hunter. It's just, they can do range like a hunter. Just a little bit of everything. I really like it. Sambrog, White Lord. That doesn't look good. It's only a signature, though, so that's not that bad. Greetings, fool. If thou seek an audience, thou may... Yeah, sure. Well met. My master sends thee greetings. I grant thee the boon of an audience before I kill thee. Thou seem desirous of certain knowledge, so I will give it thee. For the dead speak not. The white cackles. Cackling. I'm gonna have it more like more like a douchebag cackle. I'll go with that. My master seeks a great power for the Dark Lord, but the Dark Lord has more designs than this. The pale dwarf shall go to the north and gather an army in the name of Angmar and the Witch King. The gaunt one, a great power himself, and to whom I owe this form, goes to the east. There, in Agamar, he shall awaken a power that lies sleeping in the waters. With her under his command, the skies will turn to blood, and all shall despair. Time to die. Now thine audience comes to an end. Thy death awaits thee. Here we go. Whoops. Nope, it's on. Oof, okay. This is going to be tough. Going to get some healing going real fast. Started with the short one, going with the long one. Now I'm going to build some defense while the healing keeps me alive. One down. I'm going to do this guy next. I might be able to finish him off with... Should be down. Bleed didn't happen, so let's try again. There we go. Let's get another health going. Ooh, it's got me... It's doing something. Oh, it's healing. Oof. What's the, flourish? Oof. What? It cannot be. Tom Bombadil. What be you a-thinking dead men should not be awaking? Just Tom Bombadil's like, doop-a-doop-a-doo, and then fucks you up. Vanish into sunlight. Leave your barrows empty. Was it worth the trouble? Did you learn your lesson? Leave the dead to sleep their dreamless sleep and walk yourself upon the green grass under the sun. Come now, my merry friends. Warm fire is awaiting. I wonder if I had a fellowship if they would have been elite and not just signature. I wonder if they scale that because I'm alone. Because I'm alone.
Saruman the White has become the jailer of Mordor. It was he who orchestrated my capture and imprisoned me atop Orthanc. Gwaihir the Windlord came to my rescue and saved me from this accursed tower. All would have been lost if Strider hadn't found Frodo and the hobbits.
There we go. Now, don't you be listening to Old Man Willow singing. Is there anything more? You're welcome to stay and make merry. Let's see, Book 1, Chapter 11, Orthrong Groth. What are we going to choose? Do we choose an earring? That's kind of weak sauce. Do we need boots? 29, 22. So I'm getting vitality. So I'm getting maximum power. I'm not usually running out of power, though. I'm getting a lot of bonuses from the other boots. So I might just take this because it's probably worth the most. Yeah. And then we can sell it. Chapter 12, The Black Riders' Designs. Old Barrow Wights from Angmar came. They disturbed the peace and trouble folk who wander through their mounds. Let the dead sleep and leave their troubles in the earth. Okay, so let's see. Basically he's saying, my friend, linger here no longer. To Bree, you should be a-going. You've a friend there who awaits you. Talk to Strider. All right. So I think the fastest way to get there... I don't think I ever switched this to... No, to Bree. I wonder what level that mustering kicks in, right? I must... character... Skills... Might be passive. Gift of men, strong men, sure. Diminishing mankind, great. I'm up to 2, 3 icon. Gambits, I can use the bassoon. Could have swore one of the things of men was, I don't know. I think I'm getting a few more. 434 might be a new one. Brink of Victory, which a potent attack dealing light damage to a group of enemies in front of the warden. Does 30 damage every 4 seconds and increases threat over time, of course, because it starts with the yell. 242. Okay, that looks like the 434 looks like the new one. So I think what I want to do, I don't know if this is smart, but I'm going to cut through the barrows to get back to the to Bree. I believe I can, even though I'm going to be in the northern barrows, I think I can get to the road from the northern barrows. I'm hoping I don't have to cut through the southern barrows. Let's get this up here. Yeah, I want to get over there. Again, you're seeing, it's an aging game. You're seeing a lot of the pop-in and stuff like that. I really wish I could have seen what the team wanted to do with this game, with the 4K asset updates and the engine improvements and stuff like that. I don't need this game to be the latest and greatest, but it seems dumb, but like the 4K, I think the 4K interface really was necessary to keep it going for, years to come. I think people who play games like this are willing to... Where am I? They're willing to, I think, as I've been saying over and over, like I think this game looks great, and everybody else is looking at me like I'm crazy, but... So I don't need it to change in those regards. I just, if I had a 4K monitor and I couldn't see any of the icons, I was a little frustrated. You can play it at like 1440p, but then, on a 4K monitor, you get some blur going, right? It doesn't look as sharp as it should because it's not the native resolution of the monitor. So, I wish I could have seen, and then, like, whatever the graphical improvements, maybe they could have, like, dealt a little bit with whatever the stutters are that are going on, if I hit... get the frame rate smoother on high-end hardware, because I'm sure the graphics probably have some inefficiencies. I don't know. What do I know? I think it used to be much worse on a 32-bit engine. I hope I have that 64-bit engine. For a while, I think it was something you sort of had to choose somehow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly take a look, see if there's any items I need to equip. What's this? Or is it just all selling? Let's, I'll take that, I guess. Let's repair. You can see 15 to repair. Like, yeah, yeah, there's a lot. There used to be a lot more to sell. Selling that. Oh, yeah, let me, what's this? I think this might just be cosmetic. And I should figure out how to choose my my thing and choose scholar. Whoops, I just sold whatever that was for a minimum. Oh well. 33. I'll keep these. I was selling them because I thought they were heavy armor and I couldn't do anything with them, but it was just because I have not. That is heavy armor. It's just I haven't reached the level yet for some of them. Let's see. I'm going to sell these now. I'm sure I'm going to pick up more, but keep that because I. I'll hang on to that as well, because maybe I'll be useful at the time. Yeah, you see, I've already got like, you know, almost halfway to my second gold piece. That was never the case early on. So how do I choose my profession? Is it my hobby? No, that's like fishing and stuff. Skills, house, whatever. I might figure that out, the scholar thing. Before, you know, I'll probably wrap this one up pretty soon. Oh, the door to Strider's room is locked. Talk to Barrowman Butterbur. He's the bartender. Again, it's a little back and forth. You know, narratively, would it have made sense for me to have been talking to the bartender and have him say, hey, while you're selling me all your stuff, your friend left. Oh, hello there again. I was so busy that I didn't see you, but there's never a moment's peace here. If I may say so, I was worried. I was so worried that he'd sour my beer for letting Mr. Underhill and his friends go off with that ranger. He who? Oh. Why, that would be Mr. Gandalf, of course. They say he's a wizard or some such, and I'll say there must be something to those tales, for my beer has never been better. Begging your pardon, but I do run on sometimes. Anyway, we're going to go talk to Gandalf. So, I know I said this is not like some cheesy fan fiction kind of game, and we've talked to Strider and Gandalf. I never found it that overdone. It always felt like it was restrained. But maybe it's too much for some.
Why do you disturb me?
You were lost or seek me with intent. By the look in your eye, I gather the latter, though I also sense you sought another. Strider, perhaps. Then we have both come too late. Our mutual friend is left, bearing with him a terrible burden. I am Gandalf the Grey, a friend of Strider's. If he set you to a task, it could not be much less urgent than his own. Tell me your tale, and I will deliver it to him. So, Angmar arises. It is grim news, but I am not surprised. Nevertheless, I cannot turn aside from my own task, for the fate of all Middle-earth hangs upon it. This burden I place upon you in the name of the free peoples of Middle-earth. Hinder the Witch King's plans if you may. Whether east or north, I bid you good fortune. Farewell. So, yeah, you know, so you're going to sort of do like guerrilla tactics, you know. on the command of Gandalf. You know, we're going to go after the Witch King while they're going to do everything they can.
I need your assistance.
Here we go. Book 2, Forward, Aiding the Order. You've done much good for the people of Breeland, but the shadow out of Angmar spreads far and wide. I've learned from Gwahir, don't know how to say it, the Wind Lord, that another of my order has found corruption in the Lone Lands east of Bree. It may even be related to the dangers you encountered in the Great Barrow. Unfortunately, Radagast is given to wandering and will be difficult to find. I would ask that you enlist the assistance of the Rangers in finding his location. There is one here in Breeland, Saradin, who will be able to aid you. Head out of Bree through the west gate and turn north along the Greenway. Seek Saradin at his cabin on the east side of the Greenway, across from Thornley's worksite. Oh, we were over there. So there we go. We have finished book 1 of Lord of the Rings Online, Shadow of Angmar. And you can see, I mean, there's a lot to it. Like, we've been, putting together maybe like 8 hours or so of gameplay, and that's kind of... And there was more, I did like an hour or so of leveling off camera. But, sort of mainlining the quest. Yeah, we've been doing... about 8 hours. And so I feel like that's the thing, right? Like if you, I don't know, you play the game for free. I don't know what quests you get, but if you throw like, I don't know, like, especially when they have sales, you throw like $20 at it and you get, get that Shadows of Angmar quests. I don't know how they break it down, to be honest with you. And, say you put in like 30, 40 hours and get a character up to, level 50, you could do another character and, different starting story, and even if you don't go all the way with it, or a different, different class, they play very differently, even though, the content might be the same. I feel like you could get a ton of value out of, even if you spent $70, that's what a video game costs today. I wonder what you could get, with, buying quest packs, buying some, some upgrades to the package. I don't know, whatever it is. I think you could have a really good time. And you would be... This might be a little overly nostalgic, but you would be supporting and keeping going just a really amazing tribute to the world of Middle-earth. So my intentions are to do at least one more mega session of this clump. The way this is going to end up working out, if anybody, how the sausage is made. I was doing some Dragon's Dogma. There's going to be a gap before Dragon's Dogma 2 comes out. I figured it would be nice to have something out there going up on the site, on the channel, and I thought, oh, maybe I could bridge the gap with, some random New Game Plus. This guy's a,
What do you need?
Yeah, we don't need to do that. Yeah, I thought we could, fill the gap with some New Game Plus hijinks, but, just like, I think I've seen all the map. I'm not going to do, like, just a little Bitter Black Isle because I don't think I'm at the right level for it, and I didn't want to get there. So I was like, let me show you this. So maybe someday I'll come back to this, but the main thing is this is going to sort of, hopefully give you a real window into what this game is like. And just, again, one of those things where I love it, and hopefully that comes across in these videos. So I'm going to pause this one now. We'll pick it up again. I'll do one more for sure, and it'll be a long one like this. 4-ish. These have been clocking in around 4 hours, and we're at level 17 now. We're almost 18. Like, I bet if I...
How can I be of service? How can I be of service?
Take my horse. She would lead you through the northern stretches of Bree and through the Midgewater Pass to Candath's camp. Can I do that?
What do you need?
Yeah, let's see what happens. Basically, if we, trip and fall on any experience points, we're going to level up to 18. So, what we'll do is we'll we'll pick this up next time. We'll do definitely one more mega session. Hopefully we can get into the 20s. We'll get to see North Downs and the Lone Lands. Those are, again, two of my favorite areas to just generally run around, explore quests, even though I've been there multiple times. And then maybe I'll finish up that third session. You know, I'll switch over to my main that's like level 86. It's not high enough to see everything, but maybe I'll pop in a few different places. You know, show you a little bit of Mordor, maybe a little bit of Rohan. Have I done Saruman's Tower? Can I get there? Isengard. Did I say that Isengard was one of the old Middle-earth role-playing supplements I used to have? I know I said Mirkwood. I think I had Isengard as well, if I didn't mention that already. But yeah, I think I can go to Isengard, I believe. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't make any sense to be in places like that, but I just found it very cool. I'm kind of curious where this is taking me overall. But once we... Oh, it's taking me way over here. It's taking me to the Lone Lands? Interesting. That's fine. Sometimes this is my favorite part. You know, when you get like an Uber taking you to one part of Middle-earth and you can just sit back and enjoy the view. I know it seems like it's probably a good time to check out other stuff, but I don't do that. I take it all in. I don't know. I hope this game has a lot of life ahead of it. I still don't know what's going on with Amazon's game. For some reason I thought that was canned, but sometimes I check in on the world chat here and I thought I saw it pop up earlier. So I'm not quite sure. We're in the Chetwood. Oh, okay, yeah, Chetwood. We're skirting past that. And we were over, down here is the headquarters. So we're cutting to the north of it. I think I've checked out that lake. I don't know if there's anything there, but I feel like I've looked it over a little bit. One of the things they did improve, I don't know if it was like a DX9 to DX10, at some point they added better water effects. And I have to say, these days, whatever, but it's interesting that for the longest time I thought this game had some of the best water effects out there. Now it's, whatever. But it almost stands out in contrast to the rest of the graphics, which I think, as I've said a million times, are very solid, but all of a sudden the water's like, whoa. It feels like a higher tech than the rest of the game. Which it makes there's like a Everdim, which people call Everswim because of the giant lake. It actually makes it like quite a nice area. It's a little annoying. Now they've added these boats to cut across the... Oh, here we go. Again, I love seeing like the ruins. That might be like a pretty high... Yeah, I was going to say a pretty high level area. Level 55. They're not going to bother us because we're on like this special horse. But this is like a very late game area. I don't know if it's a raid or what's going on, but I remember the first time I was like, oh, I'm just running around exploring, and all of a sudden like just ran into like a level 55 orc that pulverized me. When I was playing Elden Ring, there's an area that's sort of like this wide, flat area that's, some hills, and it reminded me a little of the Lone Lands. I don't know. Seeing this now, I'm like, maybe it's not exactly as similar as I thought, but it gave me similar vibes at the time. Now, this kind of stuff I should be able to handle for the most part. 22, especially when I ding one more level in about 8 seconds. But yeah, they're getting to a ranger camp, I believe. The Weather Hills. Yeah, you can obviously... Weather tops around here somewhere. You end up going up there. You could probably just go up there now and like the quest wouldn't be there. You'd probably have to fight your way up, but it is an impressive view, as you'd expect. But again, you see, like, it's not just that the landscape is less green, right? You're seeing more orcs, more ruins. You know, you're getting further away from the comforts of safe civilization. And, you know, you're not going to be in the cities of Bree and Combe and the Shire. You're going to be in camps and outposts and, you know, the inn at the whatever the inn is at the end of the road. You know, everything feels tenuous and more remote. So like, you know, you're barely hanging on more and more. Where can he take you? The Forsaken Inn. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Okay, so he's not going to take us to other places yet, but let's
What can I do for you?
finish now. This will probably ding us to 18. There we go. Book 2, Chapter 1, Rise of the Orcs. So now we're starting the... Saradan's word comes late to the Lone Lands. If Radagast the Brown passed into these lands, then perhaps hope is not lost in this place. Now, this game came out, I think before the Hobbit movies did, so I wasn't really familiar with Radagast, so this didn't seem quite so much like fan fiction star humping. I've returned only recently from a journey in the lands far to the east, lands held firmly in the grip of evil. When I returned from that journey, I learned to my dismay that evil does not stir in the east alone. Goblins now roam to the south, while their larger and more ferocious cousins among the orcs spread through the weather hills like a festering plague. I must find the main body of the orcs. If you will assist me in driving back the enemy in these hills, I will begin the search for Radagast the Brown. What say you? Hell yeah. All right. And then we'll take whatever else he has to offer just because we're going to be out there. Talk to the proprietor of the Forsaken Inn, of course, and then circling the eyes of the enemy is going to be killing the birds. So we'll take that. And this is where we will pick it up next time. We're going to be starting book 2. We'll see how far we can get in one more session. I guess it took us 2 sessions to get through the prologue in book 1. Maybe we have a shot at completing book 2 in this little run. There's like 14 books in Shadows of Angmar, and then who knows how many after that. So it's not like I just showed you like 2/3 of the game, so don't worry about that. Anyway, this has been Black Lodge Trivia Night, of course, as always. If you're watching this, you found our YouTube channel. We appreciate you checking it out. If you want, like, subscribe, etc., etc. We also are mainly a tabletop RPG group. We do actual plays here on YouTube you can watch, or if you prefer audio versions, just search for Black Lodge Trivia Night wherever you get your podcasts, and we should show up. Then usually once a month we have some kind of RPG discussion podcast that's not an actual play. Again, audio version, same thing. You can watch it here on YouTube if you want. Last one, Matt and I sort of got into a discussion review of Free League's Dragonbane, a game we both loved. And we had a great time discussing it and gushing over it. So, you know, again, if you're not into actual plays, once a month we usually put out some kind of discussion podcast, and, you know, keep an eye out for that as well. Otherwise, there's going to be more, you know, CRPGs. Dragon's Dogma 2 is coming out. You know, we'll be playing through some of that. Matt and I do some streaming on Twitch. Matt's currently doing some Elden Ring. He was doing some Dark Souls 3. I'm not sure what else. If you want to come chat about CRPGs, tabletop RPGs, you can join us on our Discord. There are a few people, you know, we're grateful for the people that join, and a few people are starting to think about organizing some online games and seeing how that goes. So anyway, thank you very much. I, again, always appreciate the people who check this out, and I hope you're doing well, and take care. Thanks again.